Morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
How are you? Are we live streaming already?
Well, sort of. We are doing it into my business page in Facebook because I cannot do this anymore directly to my group. But I can share it from my business to the group. So I'm just in case already logged in there. So if anyone will show up there, and the good thing is somehow subtitles, not subtitles, how do you call this when for impaired hearing?
Closed
The,
caption.
yeah, show up there. So actually this will be good for people who have this problem. Okay, Trevor, check this out. We are here. All of us. This is perfect. Hello, Trevor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just finished
morning.
breakfast.
Well, I just got done working out. This is, protein shake with egg whites and oatmeal and
Oh
powdered
my.
peanut butter and things. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh
Oh,
my. All right. What I'm doing, Trevor, just to let you know, right now we are kind of live in my Facebook business page.
okay.
And we will be sharing from there to the Diabetes 101 to make sure that I have at least some trace of it on the Facebook.
Cool.
And Elizabeth, this is Trevor. He's one of our members in Smart Move 360 who never shows up in the workplace because he is always in his gym and other activities that he is doing, camps for adults and for kids and stuff. So he will be having a presentation today on that. We're talking about self-care, so this is one of the most important things to do. That's why we start all our conferences with self-care, right?
Right.
And Elizabeth is also, Trevor, she is also the member of our community. I'm a starter of Smart Move 360. She came from another end, but we're all meeting in Mink Life and do the activities, classes, and she has her own office and she has her own community. So it's a, big business community. You might actually enjoy showing up sometimes there.
Well, I know. I trust me. I get it. I'm just stuck on Zooms from about 8 a.m. till 5 every day. It makes it, it's good problems to have, but I get it. I get all the emails for what it's worth that lets me know everything I'm missing out on and that I should be there.
All right. Okay, we are starting at 10 a.m. I am shooting it to the Diabetes 101 for beginners, and we will start from there. Share to a group, Diabetes 101 for beginners. Let me say, we are live. Join us. All right. And I will tag it at everyone as much as they hate it. Everyone. No, I cannot tag it here, so I'll tag it different way. All right, let's do it. All right, how about that? We are live on Facebook. Let me check to make sure that we are in all correct places. And we'll start doing that. Everyone, hello. Welcome to our 13th Diabetic Healthcare Expo. We are going live. This video is pinned to the featured posts in the Facebook group Diabetes 101 for beginners. So if you would like to share this information with someone, please just let them know that they could see it in the featured post in the group. Also, a little bit of housekeeping. If you have comments, if you have questions, if you would like to say something to our speakers, please type it in comments. I will be checking it periodically. We will have 6 panels. We will be talking about self-care, lifestyle, stress management, support systems, the family involvement, and the community involvement. And in the middle, where we usually have lunch, we will have lunch and learn, and our chef, the kitchen fairy, Amy, will be cooking for us, and I have a recipe for it. So I will post in the group the link to download the agenda, so you will know who is speaking and when and what the topic is. And for right now, let me find the important piece of information, the questions for our panelists, and we will start. So today on the panel number 1, we have our returning speakers, Elizabeth. You probably saw her last time on last event, right? She was on the community involvement session, right? This was one of the last ones, right? And Trevor is not the first time speaker either. He's been here around for several times, and anybody who is in our Facebook group could see him every Friday. He is doing Fitness Fridays with Trevor, and at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, he is right there talking about fitness and nutrition and what we can start doing to improve our health. All right, my name is Irina Strunina. I am the starter of this movement. Diabetes 101 for beginners on the Facebook. I started this expos 2 years ago. It's already 3rd year as we are going. It's our 13th session. And the funny part is that I was not recording this on Zoom. So let me start recording it on Zoom because this is important, right? Okay, let's move on. Session number 1, it's called self-care. And I like also to start every session with a little quote. The quote for this session is, self-care is giving the world the best of you instead of what is left of you. Okay? And we'll be talking about how self-care is important for your overall health, and especially when you're managing such a diagnosis as such a condition as diabetes. So let's move on. And the first question I have is very simple. Why is self-care so important for people with diabetes? And I'll ask Trevor first because he is more often was here, so I would like him to start it, and then Elizabeth will chime in.
I love it. Well, thank you for having me back. As always, I'm excited to be here this morning. I think this stuff, Irina, that you and I talk about all the time, right? And it seems like every time there's a new little spin to put on this stuff. And I'm inspired this week because I was actually planning out a camp that we have for high school kids every summer. And a big part of what we do at that camp is not only the physical side of things, but the mental side of things. And how do we prepare these young men and these young women for life after high school, whether it's in sports or otherwise. And one of the topics this year is no excuses and taking responsibility for yourself. And we talk about this on a consistent basis with our kids, but really what we're focusing on this year is the ability to look yourself in the mirror. And so, when I talk to these kids, we hear so often, oh, sports aren't fair, so-and-so's parents are involved, or it's political, or the coach just likes that person better, or it's not fair because, Jimmy has a different opportunity than I do. And, what we have to wrap our head around is whether those situations are true or not does not change the fact that excuses will not change the situation you're in. They don't change the past. They won't change the future. So with these kids, we encourage them to look themselves in the mirror and take responsibility. At some point, if they want to change the situation they're in or improve the situation in which they're in, it's all about that self-care, that self-awareness, and taking that responsibility. So, in today's world, especially with diabetes, ultimately, in most cases, type 2 diabetics, it's hard to accept the fact that we are the ones that put ourselves in this position, right? Years of bad habits, regardless of your surroundings. Maybe that's how you were raised or you couldn't do anything about it, but we got ourselves in this situation. And so having that awareness, being able to look yourself in the mirror, knowing that when you go to the doctor, they can help, whether it's medication or otherwise. But when you walk out of that clinic, the doctor's not there anymore. When you go home, nobody is there except for you. So self-care, taking responsibility for your own actions and putting all of that on you, I think is the single thing that will move the needle the most for a person with diabetes. And that's kind of hard to do sometimes, is look ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? Ultimately, I'm the one responsible for my own health and wellness. But once you can wrap your head around that and forget all the outside world, I think you can really start to move in a positive direction.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you, Trevor. Elizabeth, what you can add to this actually very full answer. So
Well, thank you. I love, I have a lot of nuggets, breadcrumbs to follow here from Trevor's very full answer, because I do feel like he touched on so many of the things that I would touch. I just have a little bit of a different approach, because looking ourselves in the mirror is very much part of the work that I do with people, also not necessarily around youth development and fitness, but in our creative work and kind of resourcing within ourselves and our bodies. And Trevor mentioned taking responsibility and alluded to circumstances that are beyond our control, and not letting those circumstances impede our personal power over our choices and the way that we care for ourselves and our bodies. And I really love how so much of what he tied into, I mean, what he spoke ties into the quote that you shared at the beginning, Irina, about using what's the best of you instead of what's left of you. And I think that, and I know we'll talk about some of it in the lifestyle section as well, where we get kind of in these autopilot or default behaviors and habits and rhythms because this is what we know and this is what's easy and comfortable or convenient. And self-care is really about, and Trevor spoke too, about kind of taking that moment to look in the mirror and become present with what is here now. And when we can reroute ourselves to this present moment, I do a lot of work with artists and artistic recovery, and I use Julia Cameron's The Artist Way as a resource with people. And one of the things that she talks about in The Artist's Way is that the present moment is the only place where she's completely safe and secure. And I think that that's true. I don't have diabetes, but I do have chronic health conditions that I've turned around in massive ways by taking good long looks in the mirror and saying, there's so much here that is out of my control, and there's so much here that I can do. And so
exactly.
self-care really takes, it's all about taking that moment with ourselves to say, forget all that stuff that you don't want. What do you want?
Mm-hmm. Definitely, definitely. This is something that a lot of people forget to think about, that whatever their health condition is at this moment, it could be the result of their own action. It could be the result of something else, or lack of knowledge, lack of education, environment, whatever it is. It just happened. But you are alive, you are breathing, you can do something that will help you. As Trevor suggested and mentioned, that once you leave the doctor's office, this is all on you. Doctor gave you recommendations, suggestions, maybe medication. Then it's your activity. You may take it, not those recommendations. You could take or not those pills. You could make a change or continue living the way you were living, and it's up to all of us. And self-care is something that we forget. We care about others. All right, we could talk about this, just that question, for a long time. Let's move on. The next question would be, how does a lack of self-care affect one's ability to manage their diagnosis? So we just mentioned how important to have, and if we don't, what results it could bring. And Elizabeth, since you're already unmuted, just continue talking on it, and Trevor
Well,
will follow.
I think we alluded to it from that. Why is it so important? And a lack of self-care is really, it's disempowerment. It's like if we are fully relying on the doctor's recommendations or even following some regimen that's been handed to us, but we don't really have like care for those things that we are doing because we are not resourced in that self-caring energy, then it's not going to have the intended effect. You can follow the book to a T. And if you're not doing it from that place of caring for yourself and nourishment, there's some aspect of it that's going to be out of alignment.
All right. Trevor, what can you add to this?
No, yeah, I think I almost think in a lot of ways that question itself is the answer itself, right? If we don't take care of ourselves, ultimately nobody else is going to do it. So it's cool to have support systems. I love this group. I love the experts, Elizabeth being here. We get to join in, but ultimately, Irina, when Elizabeth and I go away, when this is over today, when this expo is over, every person in this group is back to themselves. And so I think just understanding that no matter what systems and people are in place around you, and there's some incredible ones, what it really comes down to is this is on you to get yourself where you want to go and get out of the situation you're in. And I think that that's the easiest answer.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's interesting that periodically we have in a group those um, uh, posts when people saying, I'm done, I give up. And they say, I tried this and that, and it didn't work. I still don't get better. My results are not improving, or something else is not getting better. And I have so many people actually jumping on to comment and say, hey, buddy, don't do that. You know, we are here to support you, but you can do it. So if you don't do that, then what you have left, right? So this is something that we reminding to each other and need to remind to each other that if you don't do that, nobody can do that. You can bring the horse to the water, but try to make it drink, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. The last question for this panel would be, what is your top tip for prioritizing self-care in managing or preventing diabetes? Because we have a lot of group members who have some diabetes in the family and they don't want to get it too. So they come to group to learn about different techniques, about information they need to be aware of. So what would be your top tip for prioritizing self-care? We taking care of, I mean, right now we're talking only about self-care. So Trevor, since you're unmuted.
You got it. Yeah. Real quick before I get through, one thing you said right there really, really hit me. We see it no different in our gym or when we do nutrition for clients that when people don't get the results they want in 2 or 3 or 4 months, we tend to want to give up. I just want to provide a little bit of encouragement where it's a long road back to where people want to go, and we don't become type 2 diabetic in a couple months. It takes years to really develop that stuff. So for those of you watching, if you've been a part of this group for 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months, just realize that, I mean, maybe it's hard to hear, but it is going to take a year or 2 years of really consistent healthy habits to get back. But the cool part is you can get back there. So here's my here's my tip for self-care. I would do just one very simple thing. Make a list of all of the things that are outside of your control, whether it's your environment, the way you were raised, you know, your lack of income because you can't hire the very special doctors, whatever. Just make a list of all the things that you can't control. And then make a list of all the things that you can control in your life. And what I want you to is put that list of things you can't control aside. Like we can't control the weather, right? But we can control our effort on each day. And I want you to focus on the things that you can control. That's my one tip. Focus on the things that are in your control. Push all the rest of the stuff aside.
Thank you. This is great tip. We didn't have that one before, so thank you, Trevor.
Always coming up with new stuff, right?
Yes. And Elizabeth, what would be your top tip in prioritizing the self-care for people?
Yeah, I really love that, focusing on what you can control. And I appreciate Trevor taking that moment to offer the encouragement about showing up, because it's a long road. And be kind. It's a long road, and you're going to make mistakes, and it takes a while to turn things around. But the new way that's more nourishing, that is more caring for the full being that you are, that you look in the mirror and that you see on like the deepest level, that person is worth it. They're worth your effort.
Yeah, look in the mirror, right? Back to circling back. Look in the mirror and see that person worth it, and be kind to that person, right? Don't hurt my friend.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It was great start for our day today. We actually did it pretty fast. I appreciate your precise answers. So what we will do right now, for anyone who is watching, Elizabeth is a volunteer today to substitute for one of our initially scheduled speakers because she has the family emergency and couldn't be here. So we will see Elizabeth on the next panel, which will be lifestyle. And for Trevor, he is actually a speaker for this session, and he will talk to us about what close to his heart and what he is an expert. So Trevor, take it away. And you know what I can do? I can do the spotlights here. So I will do the host, spotlight Trevor, and we will stay on the top.
I love it. Well, yeah, Rena, thank you so much. I'm excited to be here again. For those of you who might be just watching us, you know, I wanted to really build on some of the things that we just touched on with self-care, how you can start to develop some positive habits and get things moving in the right direction. So what I'd encourage is anybody that's watching, if you're rewatching this, pause it, go grab a pen and paper to take some notes and write a few things down. But if you're joining us live, I'll give you just a minute to do that, or even grab your cell phone and take some notes on there. My goal is in the next 10 minutes or so here to give you some very positive steps and actionable steps that you can take to get the ball moving in the right direction. And if you already have the ball moving in the right direction, maybe some neat things that you can do to build on the habits that you've already established. So I want to lead off with this. We had just talked about looking yourself in the mirror and taking responsibility for your own health and your own situation where you're at. So know that I'm excited that you're a part of this group. I think it's super cool that you're here. You have such a great support system. But what this is going to be about is all the incredible things that you personally can do to start moving in the right direction. And I want to tell a story. Not only am I a nutrition coach and part of Life-Based Solutions, I love that side of what I do, but I'm very, very passionate from the fitness side of things, and especially with the youth and the kids that we work with. And one of the athletes that I've read a lot of things about, especially more since his passing, is Kobe Bryant. And Kobe is known for his Mamba mentality, taking his worth ethic and his grind to the next level, almost sometimes to the point where it could put off some teammates. But, you know, one of the things about him that really separated him from everybody else is the actionable steps that he took that nobody else would take. And I remember a story. You can look it up. There's the 4 a.m. with Kobe Bryant where he talks about to get out of bed at 4 a.m. every day. And remember talking about his high school career. So Kobe got drafted into the NBA straight out of high school, didn't play college ball. And that doesn't happen very often, right? LeBron did it and some other great players. But what was the things that he did in high school that he knew would make him better than every other high school player? And he talks about how they'd have practice after school every day, just like every other kid did, every other team in their district or in their state would. But he would show up to the school a couple hours before school started. So he's up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning as a high school student to the gym, shooting in the weight room, working on the sport of basketball. Then over the lunch hour, he'd eat a quick lunch and he'd have 30 minutes and he'd be in the gym working on basketball. Then he'd go to his practice, which every other kid was doing, right? But then he would stay after practice and he would continue to work on his craft. So in that very moment, as a young man, the age of 16, 17, 18, I think it's incredible that he had that mentality to take it upon himself to get where he wanted to go, right? And so he knew one thing. He talked about how every person out there, every high school athlete playing basketball was for sure going to be there after school working out. Maybe some would stay late, maybe some would show up early. Maybe there is even one or two that might show up early some days during the week and stay after practice. But there was no other player that would be there 4 times a day, before school, over the lunch hour, at practice, and stay late after practice. And it wasn't something that he did for a week. It was something that he was consistent with. And Kobe believed that that kind of work ethic is what ultimately got him where he wanted to go in his career. And he never changed. So when we talk about looking ourselves in the mirror and developing some positive habits that really move the needle, I don't mean that any of us have to be like Kobe Bryant. I think that those people are the 0.0001%, right? But I think we can learn some really cool things from that story, right? And what Kobe said was, I made sure that I did everything in my power to get where I wanted to go. So you have that pen and paper there, and I want you to do this. We had just alluded to, I want you to write down, make a list of where you came from, right? Being very open at this group, my father left when I was 2 years old. He was an alcoholic. My mom remarried later on in life, but my mom was single for a while and raised me. And I never really knew my biological father, right? For a lot of people, that can be a detrimental thing. Now, I was lucky because my mother's an incredible woman and did an amazing job. I did have a stepdad that came to my life later that was awesome, but my father leaving was something that I couldn't control. That circumstance was beyond anything that I did. As a little boy, there's nothing I could do to control that, right? No different than, if you're born into a situation and in a situation of poverty. My head coach of the gym here with me, Dakota, and I talk about all the time. They grew up poor. Like, he would sleep on the floor at his parents' house. His brothers and sisters had really one bedroom, and he couldn't control that, right? So, Elizabeth had mentioned that there's maybe some disease and some immune issues and some things that she deals with that are probably out of her control. So I want you to write down all of the things that you believe in your life you really could not control, right? And then I want you on the other side of that sheet of paper to write down the things you can control, right? And so let's build on something. Let's say that you're born into a situation of severe poverty. We don't have access to good quality food, good quality education, whatever the case is. On that other side of that sheet of paper, make a list of, even though you couldn't control that situation that you're in, what can you do to get out of that situation, right? And that may mean picking out better friends. That may mean going to get a job when you're young. That may mean moving out of the house when you're 18 years old and starting a better life for yourself. I'm not saying that any of that stuff is easy, but what I am saying is that to some extent, to get out of those situations is in your control, right? So make a list of all things you can't control, all the environmental things that are beyond you, and then make a list of how you could get out of those situations or improve each one of those situations, right? So if you're not where you're at in life, how can you get where you want to go? And then I want you to make a list of all the incredible goals that you have from a health and wellness standpoint. Maybe we have type 2 diabetes, and our goal is going to be to reverse that or to get out of that type 2 diabetic range. I want to get my A1C back to a healthy level. I want to be able to get off of every medication that I'm on, right? Make a list of those goals. And then we always encourage the people that we work with to work their way backwards. Okay. So, as an example, if you want to get off of all medication that you're on so that you never have to rely on that, what do I have to do first? Well, maybe the first thing that I have to do is figure out the first medication that I'm going to get off of. What would be the one? Ask your doctor. Well, if you get your A1C to this level, you no longer need this medication. Or if your blood pressure gets to this level, you no longer need this medication. So then what are the things that I can do to improve that position so I never have to be on that medication again? For example, if it's something where I'm on blood pressure medication, okay, well, I can start to work out. Okay, maybe that's something that I can do. Now let's break that goal down even further. What does that look like? I don't expect anybody that's brand new to fitness to join a CrossFit gym and work out intensely for an hour a day. But what you can do is set an initial goal to move for 30 minutes a day, right? With the idea being that eventually, by the time you're off that medication, where you are working out with relative intensity for an hour a day, a few days a week, or maybe 4 or 5 days a week, whatever that looks like. So we're working our way backwards. I want to get off my blood pressure medication. I know that at some point I'm going to have to work out for an hour a day, 4 to 5 days a week. But to get there, I need to start with moving for 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week. Okay, what does moving mean? It means I'm going to go to my local wellness center and get in the pool. Very low impact, nothing on the joints. I can walk in my lap pool, or I'm going to be on a recumbent bike, or I'm going to go for a walk with my dog. And now what we've done is we've taken the end goal, what happens right before that end goal with working out for an hour a day, and we've broken down to how I can get started to get to that end goal. So I think that's really cool. So that's one. Let's say that the end goal is I want to get to a point where I don't crave sugar anymore. Okay. So that's a tough one, right? So let's say that you're a person that drinks Mountain Dew every single day, and that's your biggest vice is I drink a Mountain Dew every day. Okay. Well, we know that before we go from not drinking any Mountain Dew ever again, we have to go to only drinking one Mountain Dew every other day, right? So that's the first step, working our way backwards. Then twice a week, then once a week. Okay. Then maybe I just have like a diet Mountain Dew once a week. Okay. So now we're working our way backwards, right? To where we need to go. So I think it's really important to set yourself up and understand how you can get to that end goal. Okay. So then I want you to do this. You have some goals in mind. You made the list of what you're going to do, and you know the simple steps to start, and then the really cool end goal that you're going to have and how you're going to get there. All right. Now that can be very overwhelming. So behind me, you see on the wall, I have a 1-month calendar and I have a 365-day calendar. And once you reach that end goal, so let's say that that end goal is to be off of your blood pressure medication or is to never drink that Mountain Dew or that Coke again. Once you get to the point where you don't have any medication or that medication you're on, I want you to put a red X on the calendar. Take it one day at a time. So if Arena and I are sitting here talking and I tell Arena, hey, you know what? I'm not going to have sugar for the next year. That's a crazy, overwhelming, big picture goal. This is actually something I did one year in 2017. But what I can do is I can tell Arena, hey, Arena, you know what? Today, I'm not going to have any sugar. And I'm just focusing on this moment, this singular day. And if I can make it through till 11:59 tonight, go to bed, wake up tomorrow morning, I don't have any sugar, I put a red X on the calendar. And I did this with no desserts, baked goods, sweets, things like that, right? So then tomorrow, when tomorrow rolls around, you just do everything in your power to not have any processed sugar tomorrow. And then you put a red X on the calendar. What happens is this. The first couple weeks or the first couple months, they're a struggle, right? But you have to take things one day at a time, focus on that present moment. After a couple months, I look at that calendar behind me, and now there's 60 red X's on that calendar. And in my head, I see that every morning. I put it in my office. I see it every single day. What is the last thing that I want to do? I do not want to look back in 1 year and have 1 or 2 days where there's no red X. I want to see a red X every single day for the whole year. So it's a snowball effect. At first, it's very difficult to get started with any of these habits. But if you do them consistently and you give yourself something tangible to look at, right? It provides a sense of encouragement in itself. The neat part is you're doing this by yourself. You're the one holding yourself accountable. You're the one that sees that calendar every day. And 6 months in, it's just who you are now. Like, it's just, you know what? It's not a big deal. I'm just not going to have processed sugar today. And I'm going to fill out my calendar, because that becomes your focus. So I think if we can establish goals, figure out actionable steps to get to those goals, starting baby steps, right? And then if we can find a way to hold ourselves accountable, like with this calendar, I think that we can really get where we want to go. And so I think that's part of self-care, is taking responsibility for our own actions, things along those lines, not getting overwhelmed, right? And then I want to wrap up with this. I want to wrap up with maybe some very small steps that you can take to begin to move the needle in the right direction, right? And so let's start with the nutrition standpoint, okay? We're all taught, I think, where carbohydrates get a bad rap when it comes to diabetes and things. And I don't necessarily want you to think that carbohydrates are bad, but maybe the choices in which we make in carbohydrates are somewhat bad, right? So maybe instead of saying, I'm going to give up all carbohydrates, I'm never going to eat them again, they're terrible, maybe just make a list of the carbohydrates that you're eating. Processed foods and processed sugar being at the absolute bottom of the list. Like, we don't want those. Anything with one ingredient is going to be healthy. Anything without, okay, or with more than one ingredient, right, is going to be unhealthy. We talk as a nutrition team all the time. Generally speaking, and not that there aren't outliers, but if everybody would eat whole foods, nothing processed, meaning if it grew in the ground, it grew on a tree, or if it had a mother, I don't know that the overwhelming majority of people would need nutrition coaches. As a matter of fact, you can do a bunch of research. Certain diseases and a lot of cancers don't exist in areas of the world because of the food that they eat, and they don't have access to processed food. So here's one thing that you can't control, right? In America here, this is where we live. Now, you could move out of the country, I suppose, right? But we can't control that there are big corporations and tons of junk food out there, fast food. It is what it is. That stuff's going to exist. We can't get rid of it. What we can control is what we put in our bodies and what we eat. So I think that one positive step you can make is just try to eat foods that have one ingredient as often as possible, right? And so don't focus on, I got to give up all junk food. It's out. No processed food at all. One ingredient foods as often as possible. And then if you do eat some processed foods from time to time, try to pick the ones that have the shortest list of ingredients. That'd be a great place to start, for example. So understanding, the roles that proteins, carbs, and fats play in the body, and maybe educating yourself on nutrition a little bit, would be another really cool, actionable step to get you moving in the right direction. I think today, there's so many fake experts out there. You open up Instagram or Facebook, and if somebody looks the part, it seems like they're an expert at everything. I encourage you to really do some research and start to educate yourself on health and wellness, one little baby step at a time. As a matter of fact, I'll get with Arena. We have a student nutrition course that our team of RDs wrote, and an adult nutrition course that we use in corporate wellness. I narrate that course and make it simple in nature and kind of fun for people to use. If people want to take that course, we'll figure out a way so that anybody in this group has access to it, if you'd like to begin to educate yourself just a little bit on nutrition. So I want to leave you with that today. Big picture things in mind. Don't get overwhelmed. Small actionable steps to get where you want to go. Taking responsibility for your own actions. Starting small, one little healthy habit at a time. Aim for one ingredient foods, and start to educate yourself a little bit. And I think you're going to get where you want to go. So that's my Saturday tips for you guys, and I appreciate it. Arena, I'll let you take over.
All right, Trevor, thank you. Let me do this. I will put myself on stage as well here somewhere at the spotlight. So here we are, both of us. Thank you very much for this. I am reading the comments that we have. People are very much liking what they're hearing. They are thanking the speakers. Thank you to Elizabeth. Thank you to you. And they also agree that the whole food is a great way to plan your meals. Well, with that, Elizabeth, let me put you also back on stage, so we could have all three of us here. Anything like last, because we have 2 minutes, so both of you have a minute to say something good to wish people, or to just to say goodbye if you would like to. Elizabeth, you cannot say goodbye because you will be on stage in 20 minutes again. So, but Trevor, any one, you already said two, but if you have another something to say to people, you go ahead and do that.
Got it. You know what I think I'll do is this. I think I'll give them maybe a resource to start moving in the right direction. So, Irina, I'll get with you. I'll put in an email to you a link to our healthy carbohydrate guide that we have. I think that'll help move the needle for people. And then I'll provide a link to that adult nutrition course. Normally that's a $50 course. We'll provide a pretty cool discount. See if we can't get it down to like $10 for anybody that just wants to take it and study on their own. That'd be a really cool thing. So I'll put a link to that in an email for you, and that way people actually have some actionable steps they can take to move the needle. I think that'd be cool.
Well, one thing, yeah, this would be great, but if you would like to, you could go on our Facebook group right now,
Cool.
go to this video and put those links yourself if you wish.
You got it.
Because
I will
I'm
do
right
it.
now trying to navigate through all the computer stuff, and I'm afraid it will take a little longer. But while
I'll
it's
do it.
still fresh, people listen to you, they hear what you said, they'll have chance actually to act right away.
Cool. You got it. I'll do it right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Elizabeth, self-care, the last word on self-care from you.
There's been so much like really rich, juicy stuff, and I just don't want people to forget how we can do really simple things that sometimes we've written off as cute things, or I don't have time for that sort of things, like the power of a journal. And Trevor talked about writing things down, and really give yourself the space. And if you're someone whose nervous system is like, I can't write things down, somebody might look at it, rip it up. Like, write it so that it's not legible for anyone else. You can turn your page around and write across things, but that act of writing things out for yourself, like how you want to be caring for yourself, and also give yourself space to write about the crap and the muck and all of the things so that you can move it out of your system. Just make sure that you turn it around towards the end and say, okay, now that that's out of my system, what do I want? How do I want to be treated by this person in the mirror?
Definitely, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Positive talking to yourself, at least a little bit, not all the time. You don't want to look nuts in the world, but periodically, just like my daughter, I'm so proud of her, and so I'm loving how she acts in life. There are a lot of things that she may be not happy about.
Rena, I appreciate you. My wife is texting me saying it's an emergency and she's calling me. I
Thank
appreciate
you, Trevor.
you having me
Thank
here.
you.
Okay.
Yes. But what I wanted to say that we have discussions, and she will say that at the end, but mom, the silver lining here is that, and like, I am so proud that you at the end find something positive about this. Maybe you learned something, that maybe you got to know someone, maybe some other ideas showed up, whatever it is, just at least try to, after all the writing of a bad stuff that you don't like, right? Something that we learn. My biggest thing about diabetes and any other diagnosis is when we know that we have that, at least we know what we are working with. But when we just going generally and saying, I'm just feeling bad and I have no idea what it is, maybe this is one thing, maybe this is another, maybe this is the vitamin deficit, maybe this is a sleep deficit, maybe I'm depressed, maybe I have that bipolar, or when it turns out that you have, well, you have diabetes, oh, it explains this, this, and that. Now I can work with that. So just knowing whatever it is really empowering, I believe. So,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We will go on a break right now. I will remove spotlight from here. We'll go on 8 minutes break, and in 8 minutes we will be back. I see Jody is already here, so we have our speakers ready for the next session. Please don't forget, we do need to drink some water. So I have this big cup with me, and I filled it up to the top. I'm making sure that I'm refilling it if it's coming closer to the bottom. I understand water needs to go somewhere, so take care of this so you will not miss a minute in the next session. And we will see you in 7 minutes. right. The break is over. Let me open my face here and bring my speakers. Elizabeth, you need to open the camera so I could bring you in. So add the spotlight here. Add the spotlight here. So welcome. Look at that, Jody. We are the same shirts here, almost the same color. Elizabeth, you have something dark there, right? Not the blue. All
There's
right.
a little bit of blue under.
Didn't get the note about it.
We forgot to send her the memo.
I forgot. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. Anyways, well, welcome back, everyone. This is Irina Strunina. This is our Diabetic Healthcare Expo. I'm trying to open my screen with the comments so to make sure that I don't miss any comments there. So we are live in Facebook and in a couple of places. I also have my business page, Smart Move 360, obviously. It's on Facebook. So if anybody wants to watch it there, you're welcome to do that too. We are talking about diabetes 101. Really, I consider this day as a diabetic crash course for those who are brand new, who didn't know much, who are losing their minds about what to do and how they will live. I wanted to, first of all, reassure you, very important, you can start breathing. That's the most important thing. You can start breathing. The second thing, one thing that we need to remember, diabetes didn't come to you in one day overnight, unless it's different diagnosis, not type 2. And you were living in certain style for a long time. And if you do something wrong today because you didn't know, you will not change dramatically your situation in most cases. So don't stop eating, just start learning and make adjustments along the way. Don't go to gym and sign up for survivor course, because you don't need to do that. Just start moving, add a little bit of movement to your life. And many other things that we are going to talk today about that contribute to our health in general and to people with diabetes. It could be very helpful to know about different options that we were not well educated when it was time to be educated. So the first session we had, and Elizabeth was also a participant in that discussion, we were talking about the importance of self-care, how self-care is probably the first thing we need to think about. Doctors could heal us, our loved ones can support us, but if we don't do what we got to do, if we continue doing what we were doing all the time, nothing will change. Those people will be concerned, nervous, scared, afraid, disappointed, but that's them. What we are doing with ourselves, it's on us, right? So this session, we will be talking about a lifestyle. And as always, I start with the quote. And the quote is by Celine Dion. I just heard, actually saw a little video. She's doing better. She's doing better. I'm happy to see that she is taking her diagnosis under control, even though hers is incurable at all. Anyways, what did she say? Life imposes things on you that you cannot control, but you still have the choice of how you are going to live through this. We spoke about it a little bit in the first session, and let's go ahead and talk about it this time. I will be asking questions. Jody and Elizabeth will be answering those. And because Elizabeth already warmed up from the first session, I will ask the first question her to answer it first, right? So the first question I would like to know, why do we often hear that diabetes is a lifestyle disease?
This is one of those questions where, for me, as coming into the conversation as not necessarily an expert on diabetes, I really love this question because it I'm a word person first and foremost. I'm a story person. So I'm like, okay, so if our lifestyle is the way that we work and live, and the question is, why do we hear that diabetes is a lifestyle disease? Then that is saying that diabetes is type 2 is a result of the way we work and live. And I'm like, oh, in today's society, like there's so much that has changed and convenience. Uh, what's easy and quick, like those quick fixes, right? The quick fix of caffeine and sugar to get us through the day. It was one of those moments where um, really looking at the elements of the story informs the answer. And for me, I love that because that also informs the antidote. If we look at the elements of those stories. So the way we work and live impacts our health. And so the way we work and live impacting our diagnosis also means that the way we work and live can impact our wellness. So
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Jody, what about you? What would be your answer? Just to let you know, guys, I spotted Jody once, 2 weeks ago, when she came to our support group meeting, and she snuck in to see what we're doing there. And I looked at her profile and I thought, I want her on this healthcare expo because she can actually be very people can benefit a lot from knowing about what she is doing and what she's expert on. So please tell, and you could learn about her a little bit more when you go to and download our agenda that I posted the link. So I do post the information about all our speakers in agenda. So please take the mic and say, why do we often hear that diabetes is a lifestyle disease?
Well, I think it truly is. And what Elizabeth said is spot on. And if we look at the world that we live in, starting from when we are babies, if the baby's crying, what do we do? We feed it to make it stop crying. Sometimes the baby is not even, that's not the problem, but that's our first reaction is, oh, the baby's crying, we're going to feed it. And then that baby grows a little bit more and they go to the doctor and they behave well. And so they get a sucker and then they go get ice cream. And I feel like just the way that our society is, everyone's kind of programmed to be that way from a young age. And with diabetes, it's all about the excess sugar and the damage that that's doing to our pancreas. And so depending on the level of how much sugar we are having from the time we're 1 year old clear up to whatever age, that is a lifestyle. And is it your fault or is it not? It doesn't matter. At this point in your life, when you were diagnosed with diabetes, it's kind of that reality check moment of, uh-oh, this is kind of serious. And we have that option of, letting that destroy us. Or we have the option, which we're talking about today, is making some of those lifestyle changes so that we aren't a victim of that and it does not define us from the rest of our life. Type 2 diabetes is much different than type 1. Type 1, my son is type 1. He didn't deserve that. He didn't. He when he was diagnosed with type 1 at age 27, which was like a year ago, his doctor looked at him and said, well, do you drink pot? Do you exercise? He did everything in his lifestyle right. And so it didn't add up, but the card that he was dealt is his pancreas stopped working. That's different. That can't be reversed. Who we're talking to now, pre-diabetics and type 2 diabetics, those that can be changed. It's not a physical organ that is dysfunctioning. It's an organ that has been overused that just needs a break. So there is hope. There is a way out, and that's very, very encouraging. It should be.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. All right. So we answered that question. The next question I have, how can a change of lifestyle change the progression of the disease? And I'll ask Elizabeth first again, and then the last question we will do in a different order.
So Jody set us up for this question quite nicely, that there's
Yes.
so much hope in knowing that you can change it, right? And a change of lifestyle, change in the way that we work and live. And some of us might feel like, as we're looking over our schedule and working our hours and getting our kids here and there, like, how do I change the way I work and live? Like, I'm in it, right? And for me, it goes back to what we talked about in the self-care section and what Trevor really talked about in his breakout session of small shifts and creating sustainable changes and taking that time to really give ourselves space to consider what we do want out of our life. How do we want to work and live? What do we want life to look like? And independent of a diabetes diagnosis or any diagnosis, I think we, for the most part, want to be well. We want to live a good life. And so making those incremental shifts to do things that feel nourishing to that overall picture of wellness moves the needle for diabetes as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elizabeth. So, Jody, what about what you can add to this very good answer?
Yeah, I think that a good analogy that we could use with this question is, as Elizabeth said, and sometimes we get so overworked. Think about if you never had a vacation and you worked, let's say, extreme 80 hours a week, and you never, your boss never gave you a break, and it was just constant. How do you think that you would feel? You would start to wear down. Now, guess what? I'm going to relate that to the pancreas. When we are feeding it sugar and sugar and sugar, and that tastes and feels so good, and sugar, that pancreas becomes overworked to a point that we're going to have problems, diabetes. Okay, so the same thing needs to and can apply of that boss saying, you know what, you have worked so hard over the last 5 years, and I realize I've never given you a vacation. Here's a ticket to Hawaii. Go have a week break with your family. Get out the sunscreen, blah, 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 all those things. Wow, how do you think that worker, that employee is going to feel when they come back, if they come back, right? When they come back, they're going to feel rejuvenated. They're going to feel like they can keep going. Well, as diabetics, we need to give that pancreas that same type of vacation. And then there is hope of it working better and more like it's supposed to do.
And you know, this is actually a great analogy. That worker went to Hawaii, had this week of wonderful life and thinks, I would like to have more of this. As a matter of fact, I would like to have all of this. So this is the same exactly when you start working to have more of feeling good, being able to do a lot of things because you're energized and you don't have any side effects. Definitely helps to stay
Yes,
on track
sugar
and
is
continue
addictive.
doing it, right?
Sugar is addictive, but so is feeling better.
Yes, 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 yes. Dopamine. Uh, let's shoot for dopamine from different sources instead of the sugar treat, right? All right. Okay, good. So changing lifestyle will change the progression of the disease. Let's talk about one tip that you can recommend. What people can do to improve their lifestyle that will help them to start making these improvements in their health as well, in their diabetic situation.
One tip I would say is if you've always done what you've always done, you're always going to get what you've always gotten, right? If you don't make that change of somehow, then you're going to get exactly where you're at today. And a lot of times people don't know how to change or what to change. And there's help out there. That's exactly what I do. I help with that change, period.
Mhm.
Another thing is I think that people need to look at where they're at. And if they don't make that change, where is that going to take them 1 year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Look at that. And if they don't like where they're going, then they need to make a change now because it's not just going to magically.
Yeah, so make a change. Elizabeth, what would be your one tip for improving your lifestyle in order to manage, in order to better manage the diabetes?
I know that I am one who kind of freezes at too many choices, right? Or like when I am in a rhythm, and I see this a lot with clients and people that I work with as well. When I'm in a rhythm of just like doing the things that I've always done, right? It's hard sometimes to get out of that rhythm to be able to even conceive of what else there is. So my one tip is take a minute, like to consider what lifestyle, how do you want to work? Like, how do you want to live? Take a minute and decide what feels nourishing or what might feel nourishing. You may not know, but you may know that when I go out and I'm running between point A to point B, work, kids, dance, all the things, and we're in the drive-through and I get the big old soda pop, it doesn't feel good. And so that might be the one thing that you can see. It would be really nourishing in that line where I'm gonna be this week, that one shift, like Trevor was saying earlier, where I get the ice water with lemon and really giving it one small thing every day.
You just reminded, thank you. And you just reminded me one of my favorite sayings. Les Brown, we will talk. He is a motivator. He is speaking on business conferences, right? And he often uses this analogy. He's saying it's hard to see the picture when you are in the frame. So to stop and step outside of this frame and look at your lifestyle, and look at what you have, and recognize what is wrong in the picture and what should be changed. If I were the painter of this picture, I wouldn't put that hat on that dog. I probably will put the hat on a man. So something wrong with the picture. Let's start changing, noticing these wrongs and work on fixing them, right? Okay, well, this was the end of our roundtable discussion. And Elizabeth, I thank you very much for jumping on, helping me. Pam is also appreciates you helping her out. Pam is the nurse in our group, and she is on our Telenurse Tuesdays. But right now they have family situation, very sad, and she could not be here. So her information is still on agenda, but she couldn't be here. Elizabeth? offered help, and I appreciate it very much.
Thanks for
And
having me.
Jody, thank you for participating in our conversation today. I am taking myself off the screen and leave the mic for you, and take it away.
All right. Okay, so I've got an audience of people who come from probably lots of different backgrounds and situations, but we all have something in common. Either we know someone that's a diabetic, or we are facing that struggle and challenge ourselves. So I first want to talk about defining moments, and I'm going to share my defining moment with you, because I think that helps you see where I came from and why this is so important to me. So let's see, 14, 15 years ago, actually, at the end of 2009, my husband and I were getting life insurance. And we have 4 kids, and it was, something that we felt was pretty important. So it came out, they took our blood and all those typical things. And we got a letter in the mail that said that they denied him life insurance because he was not healthy and he had flunked 6 out of 12 things on his blood work were bad. That was our defining moment. It's a defining moment is something that happens and it changes your outcome of your future moving forward. Sometimes they're small things. For this, that was a big thing for us because we're actually in the health profession and we just were told we were not healthy. And so from that minute forward, my husband gave up drinking soda pop. He started exercising and really working hard on trying to lose weight. And over the next 8 weeks, he lost 10 pounds. And then he kind of got stuck. Then we searched for a more structured program, and that was super great. It took him the next 8 weeks, he lost 44 more pounds. And what started happening is we started to look at things that were making the weight loss process easy and what made it harder. And we gathered all that information and experience together, and we started mastering how to help people lose weight. It started with us, and it kind of expanded. People that started to see us said, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?" So for the next 10 years, we really started fine-tuning that program that we had developed and seeing what needed to be better, what needed to be, help more people. And in our first 10 years, we helped people lose over 70,000 pounds. Think about that amount. That's a pretty significant amount. And we knew that we had something great. And then coronavirus hit the whole world, right? And instead of having a diet center where people would come into, we had to change our strategy. And it ended up being a great change because we were able to reach more people. We actually got an app that matched our program, and we were able to help people from their own homes and be able to help them begin to lose weight. Now, what started to happen as well is as we developed that program, more and more diabetics were coming to us because we were getting results with blood sugar so quickly and so permanently. We had people that were on 200 units of insulin a day getting off of their insulin completely, which in the medical world, that is not a very common thing. We began to have actual medical doctors sending us some of their most difficult diabetics and having fantastic results with that. And the way we did that was simply to plug them into our program that we have been doing for years and years already. Diabetics have to pay attention to their blood sugar. If your blood sugar is way too high, there are lots of dangers about that. Most of you know that. Some of you are brand new to diabetes and it just sounds like a super scary thing that we don't know. But if your blood sugar is too high, there are a whole set of dangers that can cause to your body, very serious dangers. And so also on the very low end, if our blood sugar goes way too low, there are a whole nother set of problems that our body is going to suffer and potentially be very damaging. So there's this balance that has to take place as a diabetic. And as we balance those hormones and balance those you know, the insulin and everything that our body needs to function properly, that is very helpful with a diabetes diagnosis. And many people are so overwhelmed. I've been watching in our group here, our Facebook group, and it just sometimes it breaks my heart to see people come on board and they are absolutely overwhelmed. As I talked about defining moments, I think if you think about some defining moments in your life, being told that you were pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetic was probably like a, wow, oh no. You might know just enough to know that that can be a scary diagnosis, and that it's going to be a whole lifestyle change for you moving forward. There's going to be people eating ice cream and you're not. There's going to be people eating 5 pieces of pizza and you're not. And there are a lot of feelings and emotions that need to go or that do go into that. Something that I feel like is important for each one of you to know is that you are not alone. I actually looked up from the Center of Disease Control some statistics, and there are currently 37 million diabetics right now. That is 9.4% of our population. So look at that number. That's almost 10%. So you give me 10 people, and one of them is going to have the same diagnosis that you have. So I think it's important that you realize you're not alone. That does help in that situation. And then another statistic that I found extremely interesting is 84.1 million are pre-diabetic and they don't even know it. That was super eye-opening. That means a lot more people, if they don't make some of these changes that we've been talking about, they are going to be headed to that defining moment where their doctor says, boom, this is what you have. And I can imagine that is a feeling that is scary and you don't know where to start. And that's why I do what I do. My journey started with weight loss, with a husband that needed to lose weight. Otherwise, forget the life insurance. I wanted him around. I didn't want him to leave me because he died of a heart attack because his weight was too much. That was a real fear for me. And so we took action. And what has developed now, where it's been 14 years, and we have a program that people can literally plug into their life. And we don't have to guess what their results are going to be. You give me 10 people, and all 10 people, doesn't matter if they're pre-diabetic, it doesn't matter if they're type 2 diabetic. I've actually even helped type 1 diabetics, which was a little bit trickier, but we got the job done, and be able to have a system that takes all that guesswork out. That's what I do. That's why I love what I do, because so many people actually in this group right here, right now, would love some help, someone to be right there by their side to share something that's been proven for so many years. A couple of highlights of what I do is it's a one-on-one thing. You get to have weekly check-ins with me. You get to have daily motivation. You get to have a piece of paper that says, eat this and don't eat this. There are three different parts to what I do. The first part is to lose the excess weight. A lot of people in the group I've seen, some are doing a great job. I've seen posts just this last week of, I've lost 100 pounds and I'm feeling great, and all of these things, which are all like high five, well done, good job. And then I also see a whole bunch of other people that are like, my doctor says if I lose weight, I'll be able to manage this a little bit better, but I've been working out 5 days a week and eating the best I can, and I'm not losing any. And they're feeling stuck and frustrated. The first thing that we do on our program is it's pretty all on, and we help that individual lose weight. Then the second step of my program is we actually transition you off of the losing weight portion, and we help you with maintenance. We need this to be a lifestyle change. If you go right back to what got you into trouble to begin with, you will eventually gain your weight back and you'll be right in the spot that you are right now. And so helping people with a change, with a program that pretty much you just have to do what you're told and the good consequences follow. That is what I do, and that is what I will continue to do, because it gives an answer to a whole group of people that sometimes feel like there is no answer moving forward.
Okay.
I don't have any idea how much time I have left.
Yeah, well, you have few minutes. Because we started a little bit earlier.
Okay.
So if you would like, if you can give one or two little tips that people can implement right away, start at least playing with that, so and see, because as you said, there are people who are stuck. They're trying to do the best they can, but something is just not clicking. Something is taking much longer than they were hoping for, they were promised. And so maybe you could share what people can implement real fast, real quick, to start this movement, because this is a lot of work and the work has to be consistent and you cannot do one little thing and stop. But what that
Right.
something that they could try to do that may help them to start moving in the direction?
I think you need to look into the program that we have developed. That is my best answer. And I don't know how you do that, you know, if you put a link in whatever, but the program has things figured out, from what to eat to when to eat it to why we're doing it. I feel like why is such an important reason of why you will either do well in whatever you're going to do to help yourself or not do well. If your why isn't strong enough, the first little obstacle that comes your way, it's gonna derail you, and a lot of people won't get back on.
All right. So, well, the reason what I was asking, sometimes we have this, yeah, maybe people may start thinking about, I need to I don't know, just look at myself and think what kind of meditation I could do to calm down. Maybe people need to learn how to the order of food, how they eat the food, and how it may affect. I was hoping that you could give the thing that people could grab and go. If it works, they might come back and say, hey, I would like to have more of those tips. I need to sign up for that program. It's working. It showed me that it's working. Is there anything that you could start people on to look for you?
Um, that's hard for me because the program that I do
Mhm.
has all of those tips together. And so
Yeah.
just to pull out like,
One thing. Not
yeah, one thing is really, really hard because with weight loss, it's not just one thing. You can't just eat better and exercise more because that eating better part, sometimes there's lots of things that are stopping you from losing weight. And that's what I teach the people that I work with. Like, for example, let's just say carrots. Carrots, people come to me and they say, well, I don't understand why I'm not losing weight because I eat really well and I am exercising an hour every day. And then I ask them, so what are you eating? And when they tell me what they're eating, I know from my experience that that one thing is something that is not going to make them gain weight. It's not going to make them lose weight. It's going to keep them right here. And people don't want to be right there. If they're trying to lose weight, they don't want to stay stuck. They don't want to be right where they're at. And within the body, you have to make a kind of upset that balance, kind of like a teeter-totter at the
Yeah.
park.
Yeah.
If we stay balanced, then we stay the same. But what we do on our program is we unbalance you, get rid of the extra weight, and then bring you back to balance. Only now the balance is where you need to be with your health. And so yeah, there's 1,000 tips and we can look those up anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But to have it all in one location, that's what is unique about what I do.
Okay. This basically what you are saying, people need to reach out to you. And I wanted to everyone to know in the agenda, I posted it there in the chat so everybody can take a look. You have information for Jody and you can go follow the link. There are a couple buttons that say connect with Jody and you could click on it. I think it gives them a connection to your website and this
Yeah.
is where they can learn
Yeah.
how
And
to connect with you, right?
yeah, and even and this is something that I think might be great for this group is at the bottom of my website, there's a tab that says take action here. It's right in the very middle at the bottom. And you can put in your name and we can reach out and I can help you on an individual. That's a free service just to see if our program might be a good fit for them. And that might be a really great starting point. Yes, look at the program details, but to take a little bit step further and have me reach out via text or phone call where they put on there what they want, that would be probably the best starting point for
Okay.
this scenario.
Yeah. So all right. I was trying to see how we can make it available to everyone. So basically, it's easy to do. You go to agenda. You find the pretty face that you see right here. There is a button. It's kind of like turquoise color. You click on it, connect with Jody, and you will get to her website where is the take action link. You could schedule the free contact consultation, however you call it, right? And and learn about the program, about the mandatory requirements if there are any, and what else is needed. Well, that is wrapping up our conversation about lifestyle. I have to apologize to our listeners, viewers. Elizabeth texted me that she has to go, so she already did stay here a little longer than she initially signed up for. I appreciate her doing that and her input into this discussion. Thank you, Jody, for being available and talking with us. So the weight loss program and expert is right here in front of you. So we could always, and by the way, we are going to have a webinar, right, or masterclass in May. So look for the announcements from the admins in the group, where she will be talking about this weight loss program, I guess. This is what
Yep.
I'm assuming it would be.
Right. Yeah. Weight loss is my specialty.
Yes, so that would be something else everyone can take benefit of while being in our group and talking with our expert directly instead of chasing them over the Google and see who can help you. All right. So right now we have, it's 11:30 Eastern. The next session actually is at 11:50. I will try to bring my experts for 11:40, and then we will start at that time. Otherwise, we'll just have a very long break, unless, Jory, you would like to speak more. And because I invited people to ask questions, but I don't see questions posted. So maybe I didn't, I looked in one place. Let me see in another place. Maybe it's there. I don't see there either. So with that, we could go for a break, and I will contact with my experts and will call for the next session, which will be stress management. And we have two very well, cool speakers on there. So you don't want to step too far away, but we all definitely need to grab water, to walk around, to do some stretches, to make sure that our body is not stiff. Maybe somebody needs to have a cup of coffee. Maybe somebody, well, it's too early for lunch yet. I'm on Eastern, so it's still before noon. But for some people, it's breakfast time, right, in California. And grab something to eat that may rejuvenate your body, will help you to stay through. And we will see everyone, let's say in 13 minutes. I will turn on the music. I will will start calling my next speakers, and you will know that we are back on air. I will make some noises. So keep your speakers on and come back when we are back. Thank you, Jody, very much.
You're
I will
welcome.
see you around, and
Thank you.
everyone enjoy your little break. Where is my, well, how do I do that? I know how I do that. I put a spotlight on myself this way. I don't know what to do. Anyways, we just stopped the session. I will go on break and we will figure out how to deal with that. right. Well, we are starting a little bit earlier. I see one of my speakers, Melinda, she is here, and Zoe on her way. We are getting together. Oh, here she is. Melinda, we are ready to go. We are ready to go. So hello, Zoe. So what I wanted to say to those who just logging in, who are coming back, this is our third session of our Diabetic Healthcare Expo. We started at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and the first session we had was about self-care. We were talking about the importance of self-care and how the self-care is affecting our diabetes and life in general. Trevor has a presentation talking about the different tips, how we can implement better self-care in our lives, what steps we could take, what we can do. And he even promised some links that he is going to send to me. So I will post in the comments under these videos later on. So not right now because he's taking care of family emergency. Hello, Melinda. So we spoke about that. Then the second session was about lifestyle and how lifestyle is affecting our diagnosis. And sometimes people are saying that change your lifestyle, you will change your diagnosis, which is actually proves to be very correct very often, because our lifestyle includes not only eating or not only exercising. It's a 360 degrees our life in general, and the way how we manage the stress, the way how we sleep, the way how we communicate, how we work, how we rest. All this is very important, and this is why we have this conversation today. It's a Diabetes 101 crash course. So right now we are going to talk about stress management, because this is something that sometimes people are getting, I mean, they overlook that point. People, when they get their diagnosis, they get very scared, they're getting very upset, they are getting very angry, different reactions. And a lot of people decide, I am changing it. I'm not going to live this way. I'm going to do everything right. And they start changing their diet dramatically. I'm taking out all of this. I'm only eat this. And they start going for a run, and even though they never run in the past, or they start doing some exercise in the gym. This was their the first trip to the gym, and they sign up for very intense program. So they start doing it all. They put a lot of pressure on themselves. They put a lot of stress on themselves. And then I see in the group those posts when people say, I am doing everything right. It's already 3 weeks and I don't see results. I am concerned. I am worried. I am afraid. I don't want complications. What do I do wrong? And I see that our group members, the veterans who were already in the group for a while, people, some experts who also in the group and participating in conversations, they say, how do you sleep? Are you taking time to just get some rest? And when this person will respond, I cannot do that, and I'm not sleeping well because I'm so nervous, I'm so afraid. This is very often is a solution. We need to find techniques to manage that stress, and that helps to actually start improving in this area as well. So today in our stress management conversation, we have Melinda. She is a returning speaker, and we have Zoe. She's our new speaker on our conferences. And we will talk about the stress management. And as always, I like to start with the quote. And Melinda already heard this quote, so I will not ask you to answer this question. Everyone, just listen to it. The quote: "Don't underestimate the value of doing nothing." Or just going alone, listening to all the things you cannot hear, and not bothering. I am giving 10 seconds to think and tell me who is the author of those words. Zoe, do you have an answer?
I do not. I know I've heard the quote, but I don't know who said it.
All right, of course you've heard it. Everyone heard it because this is Winnie the Pooh. This is the very authoritative persona that we know, and we have a lot of quotes from him. This one is matching very well the topic of our discussion today. And I will start with Melinda because she's a veteran and she knows how our sessions go. Answering the first question. The first question is why managing stress is so important in managing diabetes. I almost answered already in the beginning, but I would like you to have your take on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Irina, for inviting me, and welcome everyone who's here. Diabetes diagnosis can be very confusing. I had that when I was pregnant and I was very confused. I didn't have anywhere to go. So I appreciate the Diabetic Healthcare Expo just to bring the light and awareness to diabetes. So why is stress management important? It's excuse me, because when we're under stress, our body is in, you've probably heard fight or flight mode, and it's not in the state where it could repair or rejuvenate or, heal anything. And so our body is, in this state where we need to heal, we need to give it everything it needs because our bodies are healing machines. We sometimes need external help, like, what we're learning in these expos to help us get our bodies into that position where it can heal. So when we manage our stress, we're reducing that amount of cortisol that's flowing through our veins that can also wreak havoc. But if we can find whatever stress management is appealing to us, we can start to shift the needle and bring our bodies back into that self-healing mode.
Thank you, Melinda. Zoe, what you will add to this? Because as I said, I entered with the quick description why. So I left to experts to give the golden nuggets. I just gave the silver ones.
Yes. And so, I think a lot of the times when we think about managing diabetes, we think about checking our blood sugar levels, looking at what we're eating, going to doctor's appointments, but we don't look at the big picture, and that is that this is a complete change to what you've been used to, and that can cause what we call diabetes distress, which are these feelings of guilt, stress, and sometimes denial about all of the things diabetes management. And so finding those activities or people in your life that can help you reduce that stress will actually help your entire health. So when we are stressed, like Melinda mentioned, our cortisol goes up. Another hormone that I'm sure you've heard of is adrenaline, and that goes up, and that can cause our liver to become leaky, which means that it's putting out extra sugar. So if we're putting out extra sugar, that can impact insulin resistance and keep our blood sugar levels higher. So if we're able to find ways to reduce that with healthy coping skills that will help our blood sugar levels, it will also help our blood pressure and our overall mental health and clarity.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Melinda. And we are right now moving to question number 2. And even we started answering that, and I would like you just speak more about the details maybe. How can taking control of your stress can help you to manage the diabetes more effectively? And Zoe, because you were just already talking, I will ask you to answer it first.
Sure, yes. So kind of how I mentioned already, the outskirts or the bigger picture, blood sugars come down and blood pressure come down. But if we think about those things that kind of go out the window when we're stressed, what we're eating, we don't usually care as much. We might stop exercising, we're not sleeping well. So it can impact our entire body. And so if we are able to find ways to bring those stress levels down, and have healthy self-care on a regular basis, that will help to make sure that we're able to concentrate on those things like looking at what we're eating, taking our medication regularly, keeping up with doctor's appointments, and everything that has to do with life, just going to work and being present for our family.
All right. Okay. And Melinda, what would be your response to this question?
Yeah, I'm just really loving what Zoe's bringing up too. So what I would add is taking control of your stress, help you manage your diabetes. Okay, one thing that comes to me mind is when we change our respond to stress, because there's all stresses, right, in our life. There's a lot of activities, actions, and thoughts and things that happen. So we're not talking about removing stress. We're talking about those life situations happen, but how do we respond to the thing that's happening? Do we just go off to like, oh my gosh, like everything is terrible, or like, are we able to just take a breath and be present? So when we are managing our stress and get into the practice of managing how we respond to stress, not only can we make those more helpful decisions like Zoe's talking about of like, can I choose to eat well? Can I choose to move my body? Can I choose to drink more water? Can I choose to reach out for nourishing relationships or other people in this community? So it expands not only care for our diabetes diagnosis, but for the rest of our lives. We're more present for the people in our lives as well.
This is very, very interesting because you just mentioned something that we were discussing in self-care session, being
Okay.
present, being, in the moment, and don't stress out too much about what already happened or worry too much what might or might not to happen.
Yep.
Be here and deal with what you have right now, and just do your best to provide self-care and care for whatever situation is requiring. Good. So for those who didn't see those sessions, I would recommend you later go back to recording and see and listen to that conversation. Okay, then we are moving on to the question number 3. And the question number 3 is, what would be your one tip to help improve stress management? This we all talking about the fact that we need to take care of stress. I just stopped the recording for whatever reason. I'm talking about the fact that we need to know the techniques, maybe some little things that we can change or do. So, Melinda, do you have a suggestion for us how we can start
Yeah.
developing those stress management
Yeah.
techniques?
So what comes to mind first is when we change our habits, it can be hard at first. So whatever thing you choose, whether it's something I say or Zoe or you read or Irina says something to you, um, just be gentle with yourself. When we change anything, it can feel really hard because it's not what we're used to. So just, be mindful and just kind of, keep giving it a try. And there's thousands of different ways that you can, right, reduce your stress. So maybe one doesn't feel right for you right now, give it a try for a few days and then move on to something else. And just know that there is a whole toolbox of things that you can use. And I think that Irina's Facebook group will also chime in with different ways. But the one thing that comes to mind for me today is because I am also consistently, managing my stress response, stress stress management. And what I'm going to share with you is something that I needed to do for myself yesterday. So I'm a nature connection mentor, and I help people reconnect to nature. And I love being in nature. And yet, sometimes I can get pulled away with my work or family obligations, whatever it is, and I build up this lack of self-care, and I feel overwhelmed. And so one of the things I do is go outside. And maybe you're not able to go outside. If you can't go outside for any reason, and get to a window, just go to a window, open a window, look through a window, and gaze at the greens and the blues that you see outside. That is immediately has a calming effect on us. So if you can go outside, sit, bring a chair, sit without any agenda other than I'm just going to be sitting here slowing to nature's pace. And it could just be for 5 minutes. If you could do 20 minutes, that would be a bonus, because that time that you spend sitting in nature is not wasted time. It is actually giving you more time, because you are going to be calmer and you'll be able to have more clarity and presence, so that when you go back inside or to your life, the things are easier to manage, so that you don't need to take as much time as you thought you would. So you're actually saving time. So I'm going to invite you to just give that a try. It doesn't have to be any fancy nature. It could just be outside your apartment building, or if you have a forest or a beach or just a neighborhood, just taking a few moments for you without your phone, without, any distractions, without talking to someone, just you, and let nature sink in and heal.
Don't underestimate the value of doing nothing.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you,
perceived
Melinda.
as nothing, right? It's perceived as nothing, right, to our busy society, but it's actually
Yes.
really important work.
Yes. Yes. Everything has the meaning. It's just important to find the meaning. And very often when we get irritated by something, that something is actually like our kids playing on the phones. This actually develops the motor skills and the reaction. The matter is, don't abuse it, overuse it, but there is meaning in everything here. An important thing is to recognize the meaning, and then it will have totally different reaction. You will not be frustrated that you doing nothing. I'm healing myself. I'm healing myself, right?
Exactly.
Zoe, what would be your one tip? How people can improve their stress management, or to start using the stress management? What will be your recommendation, suggestion?
Yeah, and thank you so much, Belinda. I definitely agree that just getting outside can be a literal breath of fresh air. And doing nothing and just having that calm quiet around you can be very soothing. I'm going to go the other side and say sometimes a little bit of noise can be helpful. So one of the things that I truly love to do when I'm just feeling a little bit more stimulated is listen to music. And different types of music can do different things for your body. So if you're in a stressed state, but you need to concentrate, playing upbeat music can help to lift your mood and help you concentrate. If you're overstimulated and need to kind of wind down, a slower tempo music can be really helpful. And so I like doing this like in the moment. If I can't get outside or don't have the time to do a meditation session, I can put my music on and listen to songs that I really love and help refocus to either the task at hand or to my body and soul inside.
Perfect. Yes. Nature, music. This is all great tips. Not everybody knows how to meditate, or for some people, like my sister, for example, she's getting very irritated by the idea of meditation. But music is good, and going outside and just take yourself out for 10-15 minutes and do some walking and look at the trees and the birds and flowers. It's all soothing and helps you to kind of like put yourself together. And when you are together, you will not be really in that fight or flight stage, right? So allowing our bodies to start doing something that they're supposed to be doing, right? Well, thank you very much, Melinda and Zoe, for this conversation. And right now, we are going to move to the presentation part of our sessions. And Zoe will be the one who I will spotlight. Okay. Oh, finally, it's working. It was not working the last session for me. So Zoe, you have about 15 minutes to talk about what you're going to talk about?
Stress and diabetes. So some of what we are
Yes.
talking about,
All
but in
right.
a little bit more detail.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, of course. And give me just 20 seconds. I am a millennial, but technology is not my strong suit. Okay.
All right. You have slides. Perfect.
I do, yes. So, like I mentioned, and as you know, we're talking about diabetes and stress management.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, let's see. There we go. Okay. So, as I mentioned, my name is Zoe Zamande. I am a registered dietitian and certified diabetes care and education specialist. I am the owner of Fear Not Food Nutrition Counseling, where I help folks lower their blood sugar levels and A1C while keeping in their favorite and cultural foods. I know a lot of people may not associate stress management with being a dietitian, but as we were discussing, they really do go hand in hand. So this is a subject that I'm very passionate about. Okay, so a question that I propose is when we talk about managing diabetes, what usually springs to mind? And I'm sure you guys would say managing your blood sugar levels, going to doctor's appointments, looking at what you're going to be eating, but we don't typically talk about stress management. And like we've been saying, this can really impact not only our blood sugar levels, but our overall health and well-being. Okay, so these are just a few topics that I'm going to touch on, and I will just glance over the ones that we've talked about already. Okay, so what is stress? So stress is a response that the body experiences when it is under duress, and it can be physical or emotional. We can have physical symptoms like fatigue and headaches and stomach discomfort, or emotional ones like some sadness. So it can be both sides. Okay, and what's going on? So we kind of talked about this, but if we think about what's going on inside of our body, our brain is going to be triggered by an event. Let's say you had a long day at work, or you were in traffic and had a little road rage. That can cause stress, and our brain's going to say, uh-oh, something's going on, and it's going to send out adrenaline and cortisol. These are two common stress hormones that can impact different areas of our body and that create that fight or flight mode. Okay, so some of the main things that can happen is a decrease in our digestion, an increase in our heart rate, and then that leaky liver I was talking about. So our liver can start to put out extra sugar. And as you can see, if these are all happening, this can affect our blood pressure, our digestion, our blood sugar levels. So we definitely want to figure out what works for us in terms of calming that down. Okay, so diabetes distress, which I've kind of mentioned, this can present in a lot of different ways. It can present as skipping medication and not wanting to worry about making sure you're on track with that. It can be skipping doctor's appointments, kind of throwing out a balanced diet out the window, or even isolating yourself. So stress, when we are overwhelmed, can impact our diabetes management in these ways. But you're not alone. There are ways to help manage this, and we're going to go over that together. So different types of coping skills. There are self-care skills and as well as in-the-moment skills. So self-care, which I know you all heard about previous session, these are things that you do on a daily basis. so you can hopefully prevent stress, right? So we cannot fully prevent a stressful event happening, but we can control how we react to it. So self-care can prime our bodies for the day and help us feel like we are being taken care of body first. So some of those things are, and it's not that glass of wine at the end of the night, but healthy coping could be taking a warm bath every night, or making sure you go for a walk every day, or calling a friend every day, making sure you're set up for your next day so you're not rushing in the morning. These are things that can help to make your days run a little bit more smoothly. Okay. Now, when we think of in the moment control, these are a little different. So, of course, like I mentioned, we can't escape stress, but we can help our body kind of come back down from that fight or flight and back to what we call homeostasis, or how our body is at baseline. Okay. And some of the things that we can do for that are listening to music, like I mentioned, and different types of music will impact our overall feelings. So upbeat music will make you feel a little bit more optimistic and help you concentrate. Faster music can also help you feel more upbeat. And then slower music is the kind of music that will help reduce those feelings of stress and kind of come back down to calm. Okay, going for a walk. So this is one way to release stress. So going for a walk or any type of healthy movement that will help to channel the stress in a healthy way, because you are going to be using that stressful energy because you are moving. And of course, we mentioned meditation, and just like Irina's sister, I am not one to sit in a quiet room and do nothing. That is very challenging for me, but there are different types of meditation. You can listen to some chants. I would say sitting in nature and listening to what you're hearing around, like the wind blowing, the birds chirping, if you're by water, the flow of the waves. All of these are types of meditation. So if you have tried just sitting in that quiet room and you're like, this does not work for me, definitely give another option a try. Okay. And then talking to friends and family. So a lot of times when we are dealing with an issue that only has to do with us, so like being diagnosed with diabetes, or having to deal with something at work, we can often feel isolated because we feel like other people don't understand, and so they're not able to help us. But in reality, your friends and family are your support system. They want you to come to them. I have worked with many caregivers and family members that have always said, I would rather you come to me than feel like you are alone and not have me there to support you. So your friends and family want to see you in good health, and just like you would with them. So calling a friend or family member when you're having a tough day can help to channel that energy as well, because you are releasing it through venting and talking, right? So that can help bring your body back down. Okay. And then last but not least is deep breathing. So this can be another form of meditation, and you can do just deep breathing on its own, or deep breathing with some yoga or Tai Chi. And this is kind of like a full body stress management, because you will be doing the breaths that will calm your inner soul down, and then you'll be moving to channel that energy into a healthy way. And then here, I just have instructions on how to do what we call box breathing. So you might have also heard 4x4 breathing. So this is a pretty common breathing exercise that you can do in the moments of stress. And it can be done out in public. You know, it's pretty subtle, so people won't even notice that you're doing it. And so to do this, and I'll kind of do it as I explain it, you would want to breathe out slowly to release the air from your lungs. So then you want to breathe through your nose slowly for a count of 4. And as you're breathing in, you want to notice the air filling your lungs and your stomach. And then you hold your breath for 4 seconds. And exhale for another 4 seconds. And hold your breath for another 4 seconds. And doing this 3 or 4 times in the moment of stress can help recenter your body and those emotions. And so if you do have any questions, please let us know. I'm happy to answer those.
All right, I am looking at the questions. I don't see too many questions. What I would like to also explore a little bit. We were talking about importance of taking care of the like immediate stress. Right now, we might have specific irritator, or we might have somebody who is putting us into stress, or we are worried about some idea, and it also affects our sleep. Can you just add a little bit how sleep is contributing to that, and what kind of techniques people can use to calm down themselves and have some sleep, because it's so important, and so many people just so worried that they cannot sleep well enough.
Yeah, of course. So yes, if you think about it, if we are in that fight or flight mode, our body never has a chance to kind of relax and come down. And so that will continue overnight. So what that might look like is being able to get into bed, but then you have worrying thoughts going, or you might be able to fall asleep, but you constantly wake up, or maybe you're having nightmares or bad dreams throughout the night. So your body is never getting that restful sleep. And some things that can help with that, of course, those coping mechanisms, but also good sleep hygiene. And for people, that typically looks like not being on your phone or electronics for a good hour before you go to sleep. So the lights on our phone are made to keep us awake, right? Companies want us to be using the phone. So that blue light can really keep us stimulated. So trying not to use your phone a good hour before bed. It is recommended to sleep in a cool room. I know some people say, I can't do that, I need to be warm, but our bodies like to be a bit cooler in the evening. So the temperature is recommended to be between 65 and 67 degrees. And of course, you can use a blanket, but that can help to have your actual body feel comfortable at night. Also sleeping in a dark, quiet room. And if some people will always tell me, oh, I need noise. I have the TV on. And even though you're sleeping, you are hearing what's going on. Your brain, your subconscious is taking all of those stimuli in. So I typically recommend like a noise machine, or now they have apps like the Calm app, and there are a couple other ones out there where you can just have soothing noises or bedtime stories that are made to help you go to sleep. So those would be my main things I recommend for anyone having trouble sleeping. But of course, if this is something super chronic, talk to your doctor about it. But if it's something that just happens from time to time, these are some things that can help in that moment. Oh, I think you're on mute.
I'm not, yeah, now I unmuted myself.
Yes.
This is, I agree, this is so important, and this is so often people overlooking, and great techniques that you mentioned, we sometimes forget. We do
Yes.
not forget to remind our kids to put away the phone, but we do it ourselves for some reason, thinking that this is important for them, but for us somehow we can overcome. And I know that for me, I use one channel. There is a I found that works for me, and this lady that does, it's not even the meditation, it's a good night stories, like when we were kids, and parents were reading to us something before we go to bed to help us to calm down. So
Yes.
here she is reading the stories, and the stories are not something that you really looking forward to know what is next. Frankly, for myself, I don't know what these stories are ending up with because I'm falling asleep somewhere in the first 5 to 10 minutes. The most important thing, it works for me. And when I know that I have stressful evening and I'm not sure how I can relax, it helps me. Maybe it will help somebody else.
Yeah.
And it's definitely something that I personally uh, always thinking. Remember in Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Winds, I love this phrase when she was saying that I cannot think about it today. I will think about it tomorrow. Because if I
Yes.
think about it today, I will go nuts. And this is such a great technique that I decided a long time ago, and it's helping me. When I have a problem, my children come to me with a problem, some friends will share with me the problem, and we start talking about what we should have done, what we could have done. And this is all kind of learning experience, but this is right now we need to take care of stress that we have right now. So what
Yes.
I can do right now, I will use the information I gathered, I learned, but right now I can maybe do the breathing techniques, as you said. Or again, as Melinda recommended, go to the window and look at this tree that is in front of your window, and or even better, go outside and take your dog for a walk, right? So
Yes. Yes.
these are things that I believe is so important. And I know that in my personal story, history, my husband, when he was in this bad situation, when his diabetes were out of control, he couldn't sleep. For one thing, he had to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
And then when he will come back, his body hurts. He couldn't find the way to that will not be uncomfortable for him. It's a challenge. And then in the morning, you get up and you need to go to work and you need to perform whatever activities are expected from you. And if you didn't have a good night's sleep, you are on this vicious circle because you're stressed out now in daytime and you're nervous and you're aggravated, and so it's so important to be able to find ways to control your stress, whatever it is.
Yes, to definitely break that cycle. And I'm so glad you mentioned that quote from Scarlett O'Hara. That reminded me of something that I try to think of. And I say, if it's out of my hands, it should be out of my mind too, right? So a lot of the things that we worry about are, specifically with our blood sugars, is, oh, how did that meal affect us? Well, we had the meal already. So see how it affected you, learn from it, and kind of move on. So I think that's a really great way to look at different situations in life.
Absolutely. Well, Zoe, thank you very much. Melinda is around. I see her. Okay, here she is. Thank you, ladies, very much for being on this panel, contributing to our conversation. Zoe, thank you for your presentation. We are right now going to go to grab some water, move our body. Hopefully you have some food somewhere stored or prepared or easy to reheat, because in 10 minutes our kitchen fairy Amy Ceviche will come here and will be cooking for us. I will post the recipe of what she is going to cook. Well, I need to find that first, so I cannot do it at this moment, but I will post the recipe so you could go along and see what she is doing and maybe repeat it later in your own kitchen. With that, I will turn off the cameras. I will turn on the music. Thank you very much. We'll see you around, and have a good break. We'll see you in 10 minutes. I need to get the spotlights off. Remove spotlight. And where is my music? Music is here. All right. We are going back, and our kitchen fairy is here. Let me, hello, hello. Let me, what do? I remove spotlight from myself. This is how we get it together. Hello, Amy.
Hello, Irina.
Hello, it's great to have you back. Great to have you back in our expo. Some people who are following our videos, who participate in in all of them, some of them might seen you before. I just posted a call for spectators in our Facebook group, so hopefully we will see more eyes on us. If not, we still would have a recording of it, so that it's not a big problem here anyways. I would like to remind everyone that our Diabetic Healthcare Expo is going right now live. So what you will see, Amy is going to cook right in front of you. It was not prepared like sometimes you see in the cooking show on the TV when they have already baked the pie and then they get it out of the oven like it's just now made. Or they already roasted their steak and then they show you how beautiful. We don't know how many times it got burned. So right now,
before they show it. Right. So hopefully we'll get this right the first time. But I'm pretty confident I can do this and you guys can do this too.
Absolutely. So I know that Amy sent to me a file with the recipe. So while she is, I will spotlight you. So yeah, here it is. So you will be filling in the entire screen. What is with lighting here? It's kind of like getting on.
Yeah, mine's it's flashing back and forth. So we'll make do. There we go.
Yes. So while people will be watching what you are doing, I will dig out from my files your flyer with the recipe and post it in the comments under this video so everybody will have an access to it. Are you here? Is it my Zoom or your Zoom? One of us is not moving. While we are looking at the connection issues, I will continue talking, hoping that it's working for me. We have an agenda created for this event. And in this agenda, I posted information about every speaker that we have and the contact information for them. Amy will come back, I'm sure of it. So while she is restoring her internet connection, I wanted to remind everyone that this agenda that I will post, and it's already posted, and I'll repeat it again, gives you access to everyone who was speaking. All of them are offering some sort of a free calls, consultation, discovery call. So use this opportunity, speak with them about what you would like to speak and learn from them, and see if this is something that, or this is the person that you would like to continue communication. And that may help you to move forward with your work on getting your diabetes under control or helping to help others to get their diagnosis under control. So to recap, so far today, we've been online already for 2.5, almost 3 hours. We had 3 sessions. One session was about self-care, and you could watch it on replay when we are done today. We had the session and spoke, and on the first session, we had Trevor delivering the message about not only message, but he talked about different techniques, how you can start this process of taking care of yourself, giving some tips. He has very cool things that he is recommending, and I love it. So watch this. On the second session, we were talking about the lifestyle, and Jody was talking about her weight loss program. So you could go ahead and reach out to her and get this discussion with her if this is something that you would like to do. On the third session, we spoke about the stress management and importance of stress management in our diagnosis. Let me see what is going on with Amy. She disappeared and is not back yet. So, and Zoe was talking about how stress is affecting the diabetes, the course of the disease. So we spoke about this. And right now we are on lunch and learn session. Our kitchen fairy just had some problems with internet connection, I understand, and disappeared. Hopefully she will be back in a minute because I saw the kitchen is ready. She is ready. She is all dressed up to cook. Her ingredients are on a countertop, and we need to just to be a little bit patient and wait for her. The next session after the lunch and learn will be, oh, okay, Jody said that she can come back. Well, come back, Jody. We could talk about what else we have here on the discussion. So the next session after lunch and learn, we have the session that we talk about caregivers. A lot of people in our Facebook group are caregivers. They are helping their loved ones to manage their diagnosis. They're helping their kids, their parents, their spouses, their partners, and friends, or sometimes they would love to help, but they don't know how. And this is what we are discussing on the next session after lunch. After that, we will have a discussion about family involvement and how the family can support, contribute, help people with diabetes, and also get the whole family on a healthy track. The last session that we have is community involvement. Very often when we got diagnosis, we don't know what to do, where to go. Doctor's visit is in 3 months. The doctor's office is hard to reach. Sometimes people don't have insurance and they don't really use this opportunity because they're getting charged for every contact with the office. So we are talking about different resources that are available for people out there. And our experts will be talking about this option. Okay, Amy is logging in. All right, you're back. You're back. And if you unmute yourself, it will.
There you go. Well, hopefully this will work. Okay.
All right.
Ironically, we're now on time with the original time. Maybe that was the issue.
Exactly. Maybe we were too much in a hurry. So I will take myself off the screen. I will put the spotlight on you, and you will be the one to do the show.
Perfect. And you're gonna drop the recipe into the chat?
Yes.
Awesome.
I will drop the recipe in the chat. How do I do that? I wonder why I am again not available for doing this. Okay, let's see what we can do. I will hang around for a little while.
Okay.
While I'm figuring out how to get myself off the screen. So start.
No worries.
Talking.
Okay, lovelies. Hello, my name is Amy Chivica. I am known as the Kitchen Fairy because I love all things kitchen and food and helping people find comfort, peace, and joy while being in the kitchen, which for a lot of us, as we struggle with what we're supposed to eat and when we're supposed to eat, that's a huge piece. Even walking into the kitchen is not a safe and comforting place. So my mission is to make it a safe and comforting place with simple recipes, simple tips, and I even have a mini series on YouTube that's called How to Love Your Kitchen. Easy things to just add joy. And one of the top things I advocate for is pretty bowls, setting up your kitchen to make it beautiful. And today I'm actually in a friend's kitchen because I'm traveling, and I chose a simple recipe for that reason, because you can still do this on the road. But look at all, she bought roses to display. She's got colorful bowls. She watches my stuff and does exactly what brings me joy. And I'm so excited to be here and honored that she's invited me or allowed me to come cook in her kitchen. Of course, that means I'm leaving dinner too. So I love invitations as well to come into any kitchen, and I will always leave dinner because that's my special quality of, that's my sparkle, is feeding you and helping you find joy in that. So the recipe is for a pulled chicken. We can add a barbecue sauce, and I actually am working on a sugar-free barbecue sauce. So I have some ideas on that. And it's really easy. If you have an Instapot, it's literally done in 30 minutes. So the first thing, I've already cut up my chicken, but I want to show you the pieces. Like, you want to think of how long you want your shreds to be. And then you throw that into your Instapot. I'm just going to do some salt and pepper, some paprika, and some monk fruit. And once that's cooked down, then you would take out the chicken and shred it. And we'll show you that because this is going to go fast. You could add some tomato paste to it and cook it down, and you'd have a barbecue sauce. You could add some other spices to it that would be an alternative to buying something in the store you don't know the ingredients of, you don't, reading the label sometimes you don't trust, but you'll know exactly what's in your sauce that way. So I have tons of tips like that. I love helping, and if you jump into my world and ask questions, I also develop recipes around what your needs are. So I would love to have you join me and challenge me. That's a great thing. So we're going to get the chicken going. I have an Instapot here. If you don't have an Instapot, I suggest you put it on your Christmas list because they're amazing. They get things done fast. And or you can put it into a slow cooker, and that will take 3 to 4 hours of slow cooking. It'll still come out amazing. You just need to plan ahead a little differently. So we're going to salt and pepper. And I'm going to put a dab of monk fruit in there just to add a little bit of sweetness to that, and then paprika. I get the jar open. All right. And I really like to actually leave the spices right on top of the chicken. Don't actually mix it in, and it creates like the pieces on top, it creates kind of like a bark. And so then you have, once you mix it all in, the juices will incorporate the spices as well, but it just kind of has these strings of pieces that are extra yummy. So we're going to get this going. In the Instapot, the chicken's only going to take about 30 minutes. So I'm going to get that set so then we can move on to something else while that's cooking. All right. And on high, and away that goes. I have a lot of other things that I do with the Instapot. So if you're looking for ideas, if you're questioning whether you should have one or not, come find me on YouTube at Amy Chivica, the Kitchen Fairy. And I have lots of stuff there that you can see, decide if that's something for you or not, and move there. So the next thing I'm going to do is our slaw. And I love doing this with either cabbage or broccoli. Broccoli for the diabetic world is going to be a healthier choice. So I've chosen that. And normally I shred things with my mandolin here. But this broccoli slaw, I've tried making it myself. It's not very easy, and we want easy and joy in the kitchen, right? So I try to find things that are joyful. So I've got a broccoli slaw you can get at the grocery store. You can get, sometimes it's in boxes, sometimes it's in bags, and it's really nice. It usually has some carrots and red cabbage add to it, just a little bit. And so I've got that in my bowl, easy peasy. I actually want to add some more carrots. And the best thing to do, you can either buy a bag of pre-shredded carrots, that's easy, or you can buy carrots and shred them yourself if you have a mandolin. If you're going to do that, my suggestion is, number one, make sure you have a glove, because if you're not used to working with a mandolin, they're one of the most injury-prone devices in kitchens these days, because you're pushing into a knife with your hand. And I tell you in the beginning, I have sliced my palm several times, not enough to have to go to the ER, thank goodness, but I know people who work in the ER who say those are the nastiest cuts that they get sometimes from that. So the cool thing is you pick your carrots based on if you're going to use the mandolin, and you really want one that's got a nice wide base that's firm as well, and you're going to shred on the mandolin and get nice shreds like this, big thick ones. If you have the skinny little carrots, your shreds are like this long. So again, you can also decide on your bite-sized pieces what you like, but I really like to get one that's at least this wide, an inch and a half, and it's easier for shredding. And then the end, you only have to shred about to here, the center, so you still maintain a handle. Then the end, I cut into carrot sticks. And I'm a big advocate of having carrot sticks around so that you can have your family munch on them, you munch on them, and just have some extra vegetables around. So I do that with anything that I'm putting on the mandolin a lot. I will actually save the end and make some sticks out of it so that you have extra stuff to eat that way. So that can go into our slaw and mix in. Now, another thing that I love to add to the slaw is apples. And I know you have to be careful with your fruit intake, so just be aware of what you can add. But the apple adds just this really nice sweet to your slaw. And it's kind of like my secret ingredient. You can be gentle with it. So what I do when I'm doing an apple is you take the whole thing, you don't cut it, and you push it down to make slices like that. Easy peas. I'm gonna move closer to the camera. So it makes beautiful slices. Now, for meal prepping, if you want to save these things for another day, you're prepping them today, you're going to use them in a couple of days, you want to keep the apples separate, put a little bit of lemon juice on them, and that will help them stay fresh and not go brown. And then your slaw and your carrots you can bag up. They will keep for a week, 10 days without putting dressing on them in the refrigerator fine. And so if you are eating them a little bit at a time, you can individually make your salads, or you can meal prep, put the dressing on them. Some people like their dressing to be, the vegetables soaked in the dressing. It's a personal preference, but those will last 6 days in the fridge with dressing on them, no problem. So think about the future, how you want it to be set up, and you can put in the dressing or not as you need. And my meal prepping classes on the internet are all about what you can make today and order to be eating off the rest of the week. So my goal is to cook 1 day a week, even though I love the kitchen, and then have food. And I tend to eat better when I have meals in the refrigerator prepared as well. So at least even having the idea, you could have a bag of slaw, a bag of shredded carrots. I always have my homemade mayonnaise, so I know what's in it, in jars. I make a big punch of it and I put it into these jars, 1 cup. All of my recipes are based on 1 cup of mayonnaise to make dressing. There's no sugar in this, and you can add monk fruit and apple cider vinegar. We'll do that in a minute to make my coleslaw dressing. But having those kinds of things on hand, again, make your kitchen more enjoyable to walk into because you are prepared. And it's simple steps, simple things that just help that, oh, I already have stuff I could throw together a quick salad easily in the refrigerator if we're in that process. So I invite you to, on the recipe, there's a link to my making mayonnaise. And I do have a mini series called Getting Saucy with Amy. It's my favorite dressings and spice mixes. So again, we know what we're putting in our bodies. That is a key. And I love being able to make these things from scratch so that you can just know it's helpful. And it's also it's joyful to know that you're making good things for yourself and putting them in, and your body will actually digest them better if there's a little sprinkle of joy and love in those recipes. So the mayonnaise, here's my 1 cup. I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of monk fruit sugar to it. And 1 tablespoon, look at how cool this is. My friend lives on an apple orchard, and somebody comes and harvests them and then brings her back a jug of homemade apple cider vinegar. That is the coolest thing ever. I need to have some of this stuff. I need to have an apple orchard so I can have access to this stuff. So we're going to do 1 tablespoon of that. And the smell is amazing. It's appley without being extra chemical pungent. So I'm so honored to be able to use that. So we're going to mix in our dressing. And you can pre-mix this dressing and have it sit a month. The mayonnaise will keep a month, but I guarantee you, if you have homemade mayonnaise in your fridge, it won't last a month because it's so good. And I make this is my base for Caesar dressing. It's my base for a green goddess dressing. It's my base for a curry. I mean, there's so many, I could just keep listing them, and I would love to, but you need to just come see me on YouTube at Amy Chivika, the Kitchen Fairy, and you can look up Getting Saucy with Amy, and you'll find all these fun stuff that you can do. So I have so much fun with food, and I hope to encourage everybody to have fun with food too. So we have our dressing. Now, another thing that you can put on this, if sparingly as you go, is slivered almonds. It adds a fun crunch. And then I also have cranberries, depending on where you're at in your ability to eat. It's that simple. And so we've got that going. Apples, that's it, guys. Look at how fast that was. And I love this meal. I take it with me all the time. I know that I can grab stuff at the grocery store and make it very fast. The salad is something you can take to a potluck, because trust me, people will love it, especially if you've made your own dressing on it. And there's just so much good stuff. And of course, you're going to put love and joy into making it, and that will help spark people going. Irina, I'm too fast.
Do you mean that you already finished?
I'm done. Like, we could throw the salad. It's the chicken that will take the longest, and it's coming up to heat, so we should be able to have that at the end. I wanted to show shredding it. But yes, like, this is fast, people. This is so, by being prepared, by having the mayonnaise done, and that's a 20-minute project. But if you do that on a day you're not cooking, you're in the kitchen for 20 minutes making those, and you can I usually make 4 or 5 of those containers with 1 cup of dressing. You're set. And it's all about having small pieces already done so that you're set to walk in and create a meal very quickly. And, the process of meal prepping, the number 1 step, I have an 8-step process, is clean out your refrigerator. And I know people are like, I don't want to do that. And sometimes I don't want to do it. But it's actually a key to keeping everything in process and just knowing where you stand in your kitchen. And then things don't disappear and become science projects. So people love looking at my refrigerator because it's usually very clean and open. I do fill it up when I meal prep, and then we eat it down to nothing. And then we fill it up again. And, it's going through the containers and going through the sauces that you have one one serving left or one tablespoon left, and you're pounding it and you put it in there, and then you forget about it and you buy a new bottle, and pretty soon you've got 3 bottles of that. So it's being able to throw away. And that too, just that one step can bring joy to being like, you open the refrigerator and there's not a big clump of stuff. There's not overwhelming, so many jars, so many things. And if that's overwhelming, call me. I'll come clean out your refrigerator. It's one of my favorite things to do.
All right.
There
Well,
you go.
Amy, we just got a question here for you. Can you show the brand of monk fruit you used? Do you have it handy, or you just had it in a little baggie?
What is that? The broccoli salt?
Monk fruit.
Oh, the monk fruit. Yes. I used the La Canto.
Okay. All right. So can you read on the back? So because we have a lot of times people go and in the package it will say monk fruit, but there will be like 10% of monk fruit and 90% of some erythritol or
Something else. So this says erythritol is the #1 ingredient, and then monk fruit extract.
Okay.
And it doesn't have percentages.
All right. All right.
When I was reading different ones, I read, and this was several years ago, that this is one of the more natural
fruit in it as well. I just picked that
Oh.
up. That's another option.
So my friend just gave me something called Baking Sugar Alternative. It's by King Arthur. And this has cane sugar derivative, monk fruit extract. It does have monk fruit in it and stevia, natural flavor. But the #1 again is the erythritol.
Yeah. Well,
Which, how does that
erythritol-
stand in your guys' world?
Yeah. Yes. Erythritol is one of those, again, 0 carbs ingredients. It just the fact that this is when we're talking about reading labels, whatever has the biggest amount of it goes to #1 on the list.
Yes.
So
yes.
yes, and it just the challenge is that those replacements, sugar replacements, sometimes can affect the way how your stomach works and
Yes.
can cause you visiting the restroom more often than you prefer.
Yeah.
So as with everything, sweeteners are to give us a little bit of zing to do that, but we don't want to go overboard with it.
Overboard, right. And unfortunately, I know I did use it to do the barbecue, and I did use it to do the dressing. So might not have been the best choice on that one. There are lots of things. It's funny because I was looking at the sugars. There's lots of things that I do without sugars, and yet this is my like go-to fast meal. So what I really love to use a lot is the coconut sugar. And I know you have to be, that one's got a glycemic index that is higher. The stevia, is that one good?
Yes, stevia is good. Stevia for many has the aftertaste, for me, for example.
Yeah.
But the monk fruit is generally doesn't have aftertaste. So
And have you found a monk fruit sweetener that's pure monk fruit?
I did not.
Yeah. Maybe we need to create that, Irina.
Well, that we could work on it, but it will be extremely expensive.
Yes, exactly. So that's part of the problem.
Yes.
Yeah, and it, all this is knowing your body, being aware, trial and error, unfortunately.
But this is how our life goes in the first place, right? From the very young age, we try different foods, well, what parents offer, and we say, I like this and I don't like that.
Right.
It's good when you grow in a family where your parents actually offering the varieties, so you
Right.
could choose.
Understand,
Yeah.
especially as children, because we're so much more in tune with our bodies. But people, and it can be skewed. If you start kids with sugars a lot, they're going to go for the sweet stuff. But if we allow ourselves to listen, like people, when I work with them, talk about not liking a certain food from the beginning, and then you do a food intolerance test, and that's on their thing, even though they haven't eaten it for years. But the body has that memory of, no, we don't like that, and there's a reason why at a young age our body said don't touch that.
Yes. So right now, it just what I was going to say, that at this time when we get this diagnosis and we learn, we just got to learn what our body is working the best with.
Right.
So, and then don't be shy to experiment. When you experiment, don't do like whole lot. Have a little taste, see how you react on it, and then you will know that okay, I can use that, but that is not working well for me. Maybe when I continue working and improving my condition, I will try it later when my numbers will be different.
Yes, yes. It's an experiment, constant. So that's key. And I know our next panel is about having the support.
Yes,
So that's a
yes, and
perfect tie
caregivers.
into that. Yeah, is having is listening to your body, and things are going to work for some people and not for others. And you know, it's not just the diagnosis of diabetes that this is where people have to do this. There's so many things that we are struggling with that we're trying to listen to our bodies, and you know, it doesn't matter what you're dealing with. Our bodies are telling us things that we need to listen to and we need to be aware of, and it's a trial and error for everybody. So
Yes, definitely. So, Amy, since we have some time, I
yes.
wanted to ask you, in your work, what are the tools that you use the most that help you? You already told about mandolin. What else do you use in your kitchen that helps you to spend least amount of time in the kitchen?
Yes, I love this question. I have in my Love Your Kitchen, there's a thing that's called Tools Save the Day.
Oh, yeah.
And in any job, I think we can all agree having the right tools makes a huge difference. So like I also said, the Instapot is my best friend. I have three. I have all three sizes. And
Sizes. Okay.
sometimes I am using all three sizes. There's some simplicity in it. It can travel. So I actually travel with a 3-quart one everywhere I go. I've taken it to Mexico and Italy and England and Belgium. I mean, this thing goes with me because if I need to make a meal for me, I can do it in that. And so I love my Instapot. I love colorful bowls. I travel with these. I could literally I'll go through my box that I travel with. Those are my most important things.
Why
Another
do you
thing
use colorful bowls? Because
they
I
bring
have
me
all
joy.
okay. Gives
They
you
bring
joy.
me joy. So setting up your kitchen so that when you walk into it, you're like, even when, you know, I have days, I'm the kitchen fairy. I don't want to walk in the kitchen, but if I do, and I get to pull out my colorful bowls, that makes me happy. I have a knife with a red handle.
So you
It's
bring
the only
colors.
knife with the rest of the set is brown, but this is my knife with the red handle. This little tiny things. I always have a great pair of tongs.
Yes, I
And
love
in
those.
my kitchen at home, I have a pair of tongs that have plasticky, grippy things, and I don't use them to cook. I use them to get things out of tall cupboards. But they're a great thing when you're a little shorter in your kitchen and you have stuff on the top shelf. They're a great thing. And so it's not having to get out a step stool or, you know, the ladder, and it's still being able to access those things on the top shelf or on the back of a not so high shelf. You can grab and
yes.
use those. I always have nice spatulas that are the plastic, and I love little ones. I have a baby whisk. It's not with me today, but a little whisk. And again, the bowls, because you can mix things. When I start doing meal prepping, I literally cut everything, all the vegetables that I need, and put them into bowls. And then I can grab and put where I need to. So you get the cutting out of the way instead of going back and forth. So a lot of times we do one thing and then we go over here and then we cut and then we're over here and then I forgot. So part of the process is cutting all your vegetables at once, getting that out of the way, and then setting them up to be, you know, separated. When I'm doing 3 meals at a time, you need to have everything kind of stationed, if you will. And then you pull that over and you make your meal, and then you pull that. So those things are good. Oh, what I make my mayonnaise in is this little guy. It's a KitchenAid. and you can make it in a bigger one, but what you need to make sure you have is a spout. And this makes a huge difference because a lot of times people make mayonnaise and it separates or it goes soft. And what you need to do is, the trick is how you put the oil into the container. It's a slow drizzle. It's an obnoxiously slow drizzle. On my making mayonnaise in Getting Saucy with Amy, I actually put holes into a plastic bottle and I fill that with the amount of oil that I need for my recipe. And then I close it and I stick it into my big KitchenAid pot that has a hole there. And I let it run out that way. And I listen to it as it goes, because I'm making a large batch. I usually make a 4-cup batch. So this will do a 2-cup batch. And that's usually enough for people. And people usually have something like a blender. You can also do it with a stick blender. I was just remembering back in October when I did this, and I was in Italy, and I used a stick blender and a big baking bowl.
I do
and I
remember
slowly put in, So, you know, it can be done. Part of the thing, taking away the mystery of how it's done, then allows you to do it in strange situations and be able to do that. So becoming comfortable with the process in your own kitchen helps you then travel to different places. And, you know, one thing that I know people struggle with is going on vacation and not eating the way they know they need to or they want to. And so having a kitchen and having some really fast, easy recipes, don't carry an Instapot. You can, but you know, I know that is a little bit much for people. But nowadays too, there's a lot of kitchens that are set up with those because people are realizing that that's a good thing to have. But you can improvise. So once you know the basics, then you can improvise. And that's a part of just understanding that and moving forward. So there's that. Let's see, what else? I always have jars. Jars are your friend, whether they're this or the big ones, or I even have a gallon jars, because they're great for storing ingredients and they're great for putting food in it. And you can heat stuff up in the jar if you need to, but just, it's also pretty. Like, it brings me joy. And I have labels on all my jars so I can give food away. One of my very most favorite things to do is to make food and then give it to people. And then I always say, please bring it back. It's mine, so that I can refill it.
Okay.
So it's just having things set up. Let's see, what else do I really love? Ooh, cutting boards. Cutting boards that you can cut on and then you can dump into a bowl like this. That makes a huge difference.
Flexible
Instead of a big, you know, I love big wooden cutting boards, and I have some that are the size of my counter. But I put this on top of it because then you can move this where you need to. You can put it into a bowl, like it goes really well into something like this if you're bending it.
Yes.
Another little thing is having the right measuring cups, ones that you like to use. And I'm always going to say ones that make you happy. If you like color, make them colorful. If you want precision, if you want, you know, some people like the more monotone, just whatever it is, try to have it make you happy. And that helps you be in the kitchen. It helps you just enjoy the space. And if you're enjoying your space, if you're truly at ease and happy to be there, it will show in your food. And it will show when you then digest it, or your other people that you're feeding feel it.
Absolutely. I have another question here. Do you have any recipes using almond flour? And also, do you make chaffles?
Truffles.
Chaffles. 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 I believe this is Connie, if you please comment what the chaffle is exactly, because I cannot explain it. I don't
Does anybody know what a truffle is? CHUFFLE?
CHAFFLE.
CHAFFLE. We're Googling it. We're gonna figure this out.
All right.
And the first question is almond flour.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I have a banana bread recipe that's almond flour, and it has no sugar in it. It's just the bananas, overripe bananas, and almond flour and coconut. Can you do coconut flour?
Most of the times people do combine coconut and almond.
A waffle.
Oh, it's a waffle. Okay.
Waffle without using the flour, they use the eggs mixture.
Yeah. So on that, my favorite gluten-free flour is Pamela's baking flour. But that I know that is a brown rice is one of the things in there. So I know that's a sensitive ingredient for some people. I am working on right now with my boyfriend a gluten-free loaf recipe. And there's a great lady named her website is theloopywhisk.com. She has all kinds of stuff, eggless and all kinds of breads and crackers and things like that. She's amazing. She was a chemist. And then she turned for her own self needed to have gluten-free options. And so she's doing that. But what you'll find if you're cooking gluten-free or without flours, having a combination of flours like almond and coconut together is always going to make things more similar in texture to what we're used to. So if you can get away with having a couple different flours in there, a combination, that's a better bet. But you can do all almond. Funny story, when I was living in Italy is when I first started to go gluten-free. There was no such thing as any of these flours or even dairy-free milks. And so I started making my own coconut milk from whole coconuts, and I would make the coconut milk, and then I would take the shavings and I would dry them out, and then I would blend them and I would make coconut flour. And I did the same thing with almonds. And so I would make my own coconut and almond flour, and I was making all kinds of things and thought it was so cool. And then I moved to the States, and oh my gosh, it's so nice to go to the store and buy a bag. And of course, it's a lot finer and more refined. And my pastries were coming out even better. So if you can go to the store and buy coconut milk, also the coconut milk would go bad in 2 days because we didn't put preservatives in it, which in some ways is beautiful, right? But for simplicity and joy in the kitchen, it was certainly easier to just go buy the stuff already pre-made. So it's just whatever level you're at, there's always somebody that's having to do it on their own. And there's always people that love to do that. But then there's us who want to do other things besides be in the kitchen. And we have amazing options. Like even the difference of 10 years ago, the options are entirely different. Oh. There you go. Another flour that I love it's called Premium Gold, and it's all-purpose flour. Can we see that?
Yes.
It's gluten-free flax and ancient grain. But it is brown rice, golden flaxseed, quinoa, buckwheat. But it's a good combination for certain things.
Yeah, and actually quinoa and buckwheat are pretty good flours for people with diabetes. So
yeah, amaranth. Yeah. There you go. So, and buckwheat and amaranth. And that's it.
All right.
So
okay,
that's a really good one.
Good thing that you showed it. So when someone wants to learn more about it, they have two options. They either can reach out to you, and we have a link to your website, how people can connect with you, or they can just rewind back.
There you go. Take a screenshot.
And take a screenshot, exactly. Well, Amy, I do appreciate very much you jumping on and demonstrating this. I wanted to let people know that I am really hoping that my plan on having in July diabetic cooking extravaganza will come to reality. I definitely would like Amy to be one of our presenters there. I am talking with different chefs who are either diabetics themselves or cook for people who may have some different dietary restrictions. And we will see Amy around more and more often. I know that she's doing a lot of stuff online. She has TV shows, she has different things. So follow her, find what she is doing, see what you can use, how you can connect with her. That's something that everybody can do on their own. My
Absolutely.
job is to introduce you to people who can help you, and any one of those.
That's beautiful.
All right. Well, thank you. Amy, I know that you need to prepare a little bit to get, at least take off the apron to
Yeah.
be on our next
For the next
pan.
segment. There you go.
Yes. So we will take another little break. How's the chicken doing?
It's good. It's unfortunately it's got 15 minutes left. So
All right.
maybe
Well,
in the next segment I can show how it's
exactly. When we are in the next segment, you can just stick it in front of the people. It
Yeah.
will be the incentive for those who missed this lunch and learn part to
There you
go
go.
back and rewatch it. So that
There
would
you
work
go.
too.
There you go.
Anyways, at this moment, I would like to thank Amy. I would like to thank those who were watching us, asking questions. Some people, and Connie, just to let you know, the answer is no. Amy does not make shuffles
Shuffles.
yet.
But
So
now that I've seen it, I'm gonna
now
have
you
to
will
try it.
take a look
Yeah,
at
so,
it, right?
so come find me on YouTube and I will work on a truffle recipe.
Yes. So with that, we will go, sorry, on break, and we'll be back in 13 minutes. And we'll continue talking now about caregivers, caregiving, and everything that is related to that topic.
Very good. All right. Mwah. Happy
Thank
cooking,
you.
y'all.
Happy cooking. How do I do that? Again. You, Amy, you could go just stop video if you would like. Don't leave, just stop video.
How do I stop? Oh, there you go.
And I,
And we're still live on Facebook, but I can't stop change that.
no, you cannot. Neither do I.
That's okay. Here we are. Are all the segments on Facebook, or are you separating, you're starting and stopping each one?
No, they're all in Facebook, and now you will be full blown you. They are all in the Facebook, and later on, I will try to actually make separate videos out of this and have
Nice.
them in smaller segments.
Okay.
But at this time, we will have the whole thing, the whole big thing.
That's awesome.
I don't know how to make it a break. Make a host, make a host, multi-pin. I don't know. I know what I can do here. That's how I stop the video.
Okay.
So you could go ahead and take care of what you need to take care of.
All right. And I'll see you back at 40, right?
Yes. Well, come back. No, at 1:30.
Oh, okay. In 11 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We are moving on, and our next session is coming up. Amy, please show up. Hello, Dr. Julina.
Hi, how
It
are
love
you?
Delina. It won't. It says that the host.
No, I already did.
There we go.
Yes, I tried to do something about the fact that we couldn't leave the screen, so I had to cover you, but now we are back. All right, I'm so glad to have you both. I didn't see Dr. Jelena for several months. She's been traveling, she's been busy, it was impossible, and now I'm so glad that at least on Saturday you could come over and join us. Ladies, you will have to talk outside, not here. No, between each other.
Oh.
But I wanted just to let everybody know that both of our guests today on this panel, they are returning speakers. They've been on our expos multiple times. They're experts in their field, so a great way to connect and learn some good stuff. For anybody who just joining us, I wanted to remind you that in the chat under this video in Facebook, I posted the agenda, the link to agenda, so everybody could look at it, maybe download it. It's probably the best way to do it, and have a connection to all of our speakers to see what our panels were about. Maybe you have to rewind if you missed something and watch that. The other thing is, again, in the chat, I posted the link to the pulled chicken and broccoli summer slow that Amy just cooked for us. And well, is the chicken ready or not yet?
It just went off. Yes, we're almost
Okay.
there. We're almost. It'll be bonus for this panel session.
All right. So those events were happening. I also know that Zoe posted her link there, so you could get in touch with Zoe through this link in the chat as well. And right now we are moving on. So after having the conversations about self-care, about lifestyle, about stress management, after having our lunch and learn, we are moving on. Everybody who has a family, a friend, or a loved one who they care for or care about, they might have questions. How can I help in the most effective way? How do I know what kind of help they need? I would love to learn, but I'm not going to that doctor's visit. What should I do? So for that, we have this panel, and I wanted to discuss that a little bit in more detail. So as always, our panel starts with a quote, and the quote is that doctors diagnose, nurses heal, and caregivers make sense of it all. Okay, that's Brett Lewis had posted this quote some time ago, at least 2 years ago. We found it 2 years ago. So in this session, we will be talking about how a support system contributes to overall health in managing diabetes. Okay, and the first question I will be asking today would be, why in managing diabetes it is very important to have a support system? Very simple question. And I will ask Dr. Jelena because I didn't hear her voice for the longest while. So
Hi, I'm so happy to be back. I know I've been been traveling a bit, so I haven't had an opportunity to check in the group as much, but I'm so happy to be here. When it comes to a support system and why it's so important, no offense to anyone, but I kind of like to compare ourselves to dogs. I am a huge dog person, but I like to compare ourselves to dogs because we are like dogs. We're pack animals, believe it or not, and we are not meant to do everything alone. And sometimes when we get a big diagnosis that can be very life-changing, like one like diabetes, it's so important to have a group of people around and available to help ease our stress, to help us through what we're going through, both mentally and physically. And by leaning on others, we can get through some more difficult times. And the other piece of this, believe it or not, how many of us out there have been the support for someone else? And let me tell you, we don't want to rob anyone of the joy of having the opportunity to also be helpful. So don't rob your friends and your family the joy and the purpose of being there for you when you need them. So that's my take on why it's important.
All right, thank you. Amy, what can you add to this excellent answer?
Oh, I love Jelena's combination of, you know, the animal. We are instinctually in a group. We love that camaraderie, and we are brought together in energy for reason. And like she said, don't taking that away from somebody. If somebody asks you for help, we jump to it, right? And then we're the last people to ask for help because we're afraid. But being able to surround ourselves with people that are lifting us up, struggling with the same thing, you can lift each other up. Other people that aren't in the same situation, they love you, they will lift you up. And just staying in that joy of being around a tribe, a group, a pack of people that will keep you moving forward is huge. It's how we function as humans and how we move forward in many things. It doesn't have to do with just a diagnosis here.
Absolutely, definitely. I didn't say it today yet. So today, right now, it's the best time, in my opinion, to say that diabetes is a team sport.
Yes.
And as any kind of sport requires, you know, you would think that tennis player, it's an individual sport. And here he is, the tennis player on the court by himself. Coach does not have right to give the signals, right? But before the tennis player got on the court and after they will leave the court, they will have one coach and probably the second coach and probably massage therapist and probably some chef. We're talking about high-level athletes, right? A chef preparing a meal that will help them to recover, and they will have people who love them to calm them down if they lost or celebrate with them if they won. So there are teams that helping even athletes, successful individuals to proceed. And when we are getting those challenges in life that could be of different kinds, to have people on your side, it's a team sport. All right, moving on. I just needed to stick it in. This is something that I always saying, and I think that sometimes people just do not give enough value to the point that sometimes you don't need somebody to cook for you or chew for you or give you a shot, but just to sit and listen to your complaints. You know, sometimes you just need to whine, and to have somebody who will listen to all your whining is already helpful to get it off your shoulder. All right. Okay. The next question would be how people in your support system can contribute to managing your diabetes. And I know that I will start again with Jelena because she's been somewhere close to that condition and can share that. And then Amy can use her knowledge of communicating with people and add to that.
Yeah, my dad has diabetes and I was really overweight a while back and I was really on my way to getting pre-diabetes and then diabetes because like my genes were already working against me, and then on top of that I wasn't nourishing my body in a way that would be helpful. So why it's important to have a support system when it comes to managing or how people can support you is like I needed the people on my team were the ones that were encouraging me when I was the most down. Like I found someone that I could work out with because there were days where it's like, I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to do this. And I was like, oh, but I'm meeting my friend Robert. I better go. And so I would go because he was going to go. And so there are those like that, or people that I could share recipes with. We see this all the time in this forum. We see people share recipes, find little things that were working for them, ask questions. And in support groups like that, it allows you to meet and connect with others and grow and learn. And also it kind of helps you not feel so isolated. I think sometimes this disease can make you feel really isolated, especially when you're connecting with people that don't understand completely what you're going through, how you've had to make a lot of life changes, especially in your diet and the way you socialize. So when you have a group like this, you can connect with each other, you can inspire each other, you can understand each other and go and learn and grow and be amongst people that feel the way you do. And it really cultivates that sense of belonging, because at the end of the day, back in the day, we were all in like these little tribes and packs, going back to the packed animal thing. And that's how we do best and thrive when we're in things together.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you. And Amy, so I will read back the question. So how people in your support system can contribute to managing your diabetes? What will be your take on that?
My take as somebody who would want to be supportive is to try and put yourself in their shoes in a sense, no matter what it is. You might not have the same diagnosis, but you have something going on in your life. So be sensitive to that and be a sounding board, and then create, you're going to have an up day, and maybe that's when you can pull that person up as well. Find fun recipes, find places that you can eat that are conducive to what you need, and they're also joyfully yummy, nourishing to your mind, body, and soul. And a lot of my thoughts are going to be around the food side because I understand the struggle of that. And so being able to nourish ourselves, and it's such a heavy thing. It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snacks. Like this is a constant, what do you eat? And finding somebody who's also sensitive to the idea or understanding of the fact that we have these cravings and we have these wants, and where are they coming from? And sometimes it is the need to just vent, and sometimes it's finding an alternative, but understanding how we also fear putting anything in our mouths when we need to make a change, or when we know that something is affecting us. So it's just it's being able to support the words are flying out of my head. Being able to support the person in a sense of just compassion and energy that is positive.
Yes, but the compassionate part is extremely important, because I know that I hear it sometimes in our Facebook group when people say that my entire family is thinking that because I did put myself into this situation, I have to dig myself out of this situation. And I don't know, I feel alone, I feel down, I don't have anyone to support me. And at the same time, we see the comments when my partner, spouse, someone who I care about got this diagnosis and they feel down, and I need to know how I can support them. So one of the things is try to be as understanding as it's possible, because everybody have their own world in this box here, and to understand the way how this world works, you need a little bit of a compassion to do that, right? Okay, we have one more question before we have Dr. Jelena to talk to us about her topic. And the question is, what is one thing caregivers need to know when they are helping someone to manage this diagnosis? And Amy, I will start with you this time. One thing.
Ooh. It goes back to the compassion. And they're going to have good days and they're going to have bad days, and to be able to weather that, and just, you know, having a heart for that. And the person who is going through it needs to find the people that will be compassionate to them, and they need to let the people go that aren't going to. And that's a really hard thing. That's almost like you're letting go the foods that you have, right? That you love. And you might have people that you love, but they're suddenly not supporting you. The food's not supporting you. The people aren't supporting you. It's time to let those go and find the things that do. Focus on the good. Focus on what is lifting you up and what is healing your body, and move forward with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Jelena, what would be your what you would add to this? What is one thing that caregivers need to know when they're helping to manage diabetes to someone?
So, I told you, like, I have a very personal experience because my dad has diabetes. And so in May of last year, he had to have unexpected triple bypass surgery, which was terrifying. And I found myself very much in this caregiver role. And so I know there are a lot of caregivers sometimes that get lost in helping the person that they're, with. And we also sometimes, at least it happened to me, get frustrated because we see these people we love and we're like, why aren't you just doing this thing I told you to do? You're not supposed to be eating this. And we get frustrated and we cannot understand why our loved ones are behaving in the ways that they are. So what I want to lend to those caregivers is something I learned when I was in Bali and I was doing yoga teacher training. And they taught us that we need to approach things with a beginner's mind. And what that means is when we're an expert, we feel like we know everything and we're not as open to learning. And so what I'm saying is stay curious and ask questions. So even when it's so frustrating and they're like, I don't want to eat this and I don't want to do that, come from a place of curiosity rather than judgment. It's really easy to judge, but if you come from a place of curiosity, like, okay, can you tell me like what's going on? Like, I've noticed you're not really wanting to eat this stuff. Is there something else? And let there be a conversation. And maybe there is something to uncover. Maybe that's like, oh, well, this food makes their stomach upset. They're eating a bunch of broccoli and they're bloated all the time. They hate it. And so it's like, okay, well, then how do we fix that? Maybe we don't, we ease into the broccoli, you figure out different things. But my big thing is stay curious and ask questions and try not to come from that place of like, oh, and I know it's really hard. Let me tell you, lots of deep breaths, especially when it's like loved ones, because we're used to being in a cycle of like, I turn 14 every time I talk to my dad. I'm like the rebellious teenager every time, but that's my big thing. Stay curious and ask questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. These are all great suggestions for us, for caregivers, for those who do not go to the doctor's office, for those who just see people struggling and not knowing what to do, asking questions and not judge and just be compassionate is the way to show the support, right? Well, thank you, ladies. This was a nice conversation here, and we need to move on. So Amy, thank you very much. You did show us the pulled chicken.
I have chicken.
Yes.
Okay. Number one, I want to show you the crust on top. Can you see that? There we go.
Yes.
So the beautiful thing about this is you just smash it like that and it becomes lovely pulled chicken.
Yeah.
And you can just do salt and pepper. You can do your favorite different herb on there, whatever you need to do. You're going to take each piece, smash it up, add back some of the juices that are in there because the chicken will soak it back up, keep it nice and moist. And you have a protein that can go with so many things. So enjoy that. Get an Instapot because they're really, really a key piece to have in your kitchen and make things simple.
All right, thank you. So Amy also showed for us the salad, the coleslaw, and now the chicken, and combined together, nice lunch. For those who didn't have one, I hope you are not suffering with the, this music that your stomach may be already creating. So with that, Amy, I will take this spotlight off you and off me. Hopefully, maybe not. Yes, I can. And Jelena, the stage is yours. Please do your thing.
Okay, let me see here. Let me present. All right. So for you, those of you that don't know me that well, my name is Dr. Jelena Shaw. I'm a clinical pharmacist and a holistic diabetes health coach. So being that I'm in pharmacy, I thought I should probably talk about what I know best, which is drugs. So we're going to decode the pill bottle today. Many of you who have type 2 diabetes probably were started on a medication right away. So I really want to talk about medications because I see a lot in the forum, especially discussion about medications. So, and again, my name is Dr. Jelena Shaw. I'm board certified in pharmacotherapy and ambulatory care and all of these things. But all you need to know is I've been doing this for a very long time, and I am excited to share my knowledge with you. So the first question really is like, why is this so important? And as I mentioned before, the reason this is important is a lot of us, when we go into the doctor's office, the news of diabetes is often very unexpected. We didn't know we had it. Our blood sugars are high. And then all of a sudden the doctor's like, oh, by the way, you have diabetes. Am I going to need you to start on X, Y, and Z drugs? They start a medication immediately because your blood sugars are usually so high. So we want to understand why we're on these medications, because the other thing is when we don't fully understand them, we can't optimize them. Sometimes these drugs have some really nasty side effects, which I've heard a lot of, especially within the Facebook group. But there are also some added benefits for some of these prescriptions. And without knowing what we're taking and how they can benefit us the most, there are certain ways you can take certain prescriptions so you get even more of a benefit, because we really do want to stabilize our blood sugars as quickly as possible. And the reason we want to stabilize them as quickly as possible is diabetes is not just about high blood sugars. The problem with having high blood sugars has to do with your blood vessels. Your blood vessels are meant to be supple and flexible and movable and pliable. What happens when we have diabetes is that those high blood sugars actually make our blood vessels very stiff and brittle and difficult to move. And when they become brittle, they break a lot easier. I liken it to a rubber band that's just plain and stretchy, but you leave it out in the sun for 3 days. You know what happens? It loses its elasticity. And why that's a problem is when we have diabetes, we're twice as likely to have a heart attack or a stroke, because there's blood vessels that go to our hearts and our brains. There's little blood vessels that go to our kidneys. So people end up with dialysis, little blood vessels behind our eyes. That's why blindness, amputations, that has everything to do with circulation and blood vessels. Also, any type of vessel, so including nerves, our nerve vessels can also be impacted by these high blood sugars and they can cause nerve pain. So this is why it's super important to get those blood sugars under control. And a lot of times why doctors will immediately put you on a medication or a prescription. Here are the myths though. A lot of times people start these meds and then they're like, oh, that's it. For the rest of my life, I'm going to be stuck on this medication. I'm here to tell you, as a pharmacist who has explicitly helped people only with their diabetes, I have taken people off their insulin, their metformin, their glipizide. You can come off your medications. The thing is, you might not be able to do it right off the bat, but if you make changes, and there are plenty of people in this group that have done that have made lifestyle changes. And in doing so, they've been able to come off these medications and manage their diabetes through just diet and lifestyle, through eating habits and lifestyle. So don't think that you're doomed and gloomed to a destiny of medications and being your own personal pharmacy. That's not true. The other thing I'm going to tell you is another myth I often see is they're like, oh, well, my doctor's got it. I'm just gonna they'll just let the doctor prescribe whatever, and then you just go home and you just pop the pills and you feel like, okay. I'm going to tell you in this day and age that might have worked before the internet. But the problem now is, well, we do have the internet. And regardless of whether or not we want to admit it, a lot of us will Google our symptoms. We go to Dr. Google and we look up a lot of things. And the truth is a lot of times as patients, we actually know our bodies better than the doctor does. You live in your body. You know and understand your body. You are the expert of your body. So I want to make sure that you feel empowered. A lot of times when we go and we think the doctor has it, it puts us in a very disempowered place. We are powerless against our own health. It's important to feel powerful. Again, with the internet, and sometimes you may know more current side effects and more current things because you're seeing on the news and whatever what's going on. Now, not all of that information is correct, but it's important that you do know your body, and it's important that you ask the questions. And sometimes you may have your doctor think about something because they haven't had the time or the opportunity to look into it further. They have so many patients they need to get to. So, and lastly, so many people just go to the pharmacy counter and they just go pick up their meds. They're like, whatever, I don't need this consult. Like, it's new, it's fine. Don't skip on the pharmacist consult. This is an easy access healthcare professional that has done nothing but look at drugs for years. Their whole career is dedicated to medications, even more than your doctor. Your doctor may get a semester or two on medications. These pharmacists, like myself, have spent 4 years looking at medications, understanding them, and making sure that they're safe for you. So don't skip out on such a wonderful reference. We're there to help and support you. So, the other thing I want to say is a lot of times we hear about the bad side of medications. There are all these things like, oh, here are the side effects. This is a problem. That's a problem. But there are sometimes some benefits beyond sugar control. I mean, who here hasn't heard Ozempic? I mean, unless you're living under a rock, there is no way you've not heard of Ozempic. And the thing is, drugs like Ozempic and Trulicity, all of that, they have an added benefit. Not only do they help you with your diabetes, but if you happen to be overweight, they can help you with weight loss. Same things with like Steglatro, Giardians, Invokana, or Farxiga. That group of medications, not only can they help you with your diabetes, but if you've got heart failure or if you've got kidney disease, it can help protect in those situations as well. So you get way more bang for your buck. And both of those types of medications, the Farxigas of them all, and also the Ozempics, they also both help protect your heart, which is an additional benefit. So some of these medications actually may have more benefits than we think. And so it's good to kind of look at your situation, your individual situation with your medications, but don't get so down on yourself if you have to take some of these medications. They may be doing more harm than good, or more good than harm, sorry. So the other thing I just want to say is that we want to make sure we maximize the efficacy of these medication, and you want to minimize any issues you have. So it's really important to know how to take your medications. I know a lot of times I read in the group about metformin and the side effects because it's pretty nasty. People end up with diarrhea and nausea and vomiting, and they feel miserable. Well, the truth of the matter is that yes, that can happen, but metformin is a drug that has to slowly work up in your body. And sometimes doctors get a little impatient and they might try to put you on the full dose right away because they just want to bring your blood sugars down. And by doing so, your body doesn't have time for that ramp up to get used to you having that medication. And so sometimes it's better to go really, really slow and work their way up. And so that's another thing that you just want to pay attention to is like, oh, okay, like I'm noticing I'm having these symptoms. Is it okay that we back off on this dose? And obviously you want to talk to your doctor before you make any decisions on your own, but these are the things we want to pay attention to. And there are other things like glipizide, glyburide, the fast acting insulins like Admelog. those need to be taken at a specific time. Believe it or not, they're best if you take them about 15 to 30 minutes prior to your meal, so even before you eat. But here's the thing, you have to remember to eat because they will tank your blood sugars right away. So I know a lot of times people take them with their food, but for optimal effects, you want to take it about 15 to 30 minutes before. And you want to make sure that you take care of yourself as far as like making sure you eat and don't skip a meal in that situation. So I'm just here to plug that your pharmacist is your unsung hero. We are here to help with questions, and we're a great resource for you. If you want to know if there's a drug interaction or something seems a little off, go talk to your pharmacist instead of waiting on the phone, to talk to someone else. You can you're in the grocery store anyway, you might as well just pop in and be like, I am taking this med and this med. Do you know, like, it feels like there's something going on. They can offer some tailored advice. They can clear any doubts that you have and address any concerns. So I just want to leave you with some tips and tricks to ensure a smooth journey when you're on medications. One of the first things I'm going to encourage is that you have a medication list. It's really important to understand what you're taking and why. Don't just lean on the doctor. Know what you're taking, know what it's for, and understand, what's going on. And if you don't understand, ask your pharmacist. We can answer questions for you. And the second thing is make sure you read the directions, but I'm going to give you a little trick. There's those auxiliary labels, which are the bright colored green, yellow labels on the side of your prescription bottles. Those are going to have some really pertinent pieces of information. Those are like the Reader's Digest. They'll say, drink with a full glass of water, take on an empty stomach, those kinds of things. Pay attention to those directions. They're highlighting them for a reason. And thirdly, just talk to your pharmacist. We're nice. We're usually pretty friendly. We want to help any way we can to support you in your journey. And that means if you have questions, there are a lot of things that we can help with alongside with just like medication, supplements. Sometimes your supplements, like berberine is a big buzzword. It works a lot like metformin. You probably don't want to take both at once. Maybe you're taking some grapefruit juice and you didn't know, could be interacting with one of your other prescriptions. Believe it or not, this happens a lot. So talk to the pharmacist. We can help you navigate making sure everything is taken at the right time of day, is spaced out, there's no interactions, and all of that good stuff. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for their time and just let you know that here's my contact information. In case you have any questions or you want to reach out, please feel free. I love to help people, especially in this space. So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And I wanted to remind everyone that we have also, if you somehow don't know how to scan this information of the slide, we do have information on our agenda. So you please go there and reach out, because Dr. Jelena, she is a wealth of knowledge and she is really nice, as she said. She used to be our regular visitor on our support group meetings and helping people to find different ideas about their medication or explaining people about different things regarding the medication. Right now, she's got some project that she's working on, and she is not available to visit us. She's in different time zones, so our evening is still her work day.
Yeah.
But as I said, she has her links, she has her website, and I am pretty sure that at the time when she is not busy serving other people, she can serve us. So
definitely. I love this group. I've been a part of it, for a couple years now.
Yes. Well, yes, I think even more, but yes, she's been multiple times on our expos. I'm hoping that she will be able to continue being our contributor to those events, and we will see you more on our events.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you again for all of your time. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions, and I really appreciate this forum.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, what I see right now that we don't have any questions, which I'm disappointed. I am disappointed because we have the expert here available for us, willing to help, and we don't see a lot of questions. Jelena, I would like to ask if there will be more questions later because it's Saturday. I can also assume that probably people may be hanging around outside, taking care of their gardens, and maybe doing some other activities. Will it be possible for you to take a look over the comments sometimes during the
Yeah.
weekend and see if there? I will tag you if
Yeah,
I
please
see
tag me
anything.
if you can, because sometimes I get lost in
I know.
in all the comments. But if you see anything, please, yeah, feel free to tag me. And I know this is a lot of information, and so sometimes it takes a minute for some of us to kind of catch up and be like, wait a minute, I should have asked that. Don't hesitate, still ask. Tag me in your own questions. I will do the best I can to answer them as soon as possible. But yeah, let me know what I can help with for sure.
Definitely. Thank you. So this will be the wrap up for this fourth session. We were talking about caregiving and the caregivers and what is the best way to support people who you are caring for, or what you are expected to do from people who have the problem and need support. So we are going to have a break, and the next session, it will be our this session that is also about caregiving, but in the closer circles. We will be talking about family involvement and how family members can contribute, because when we have a friend who would like to help, this is one thing, but when we have a relative, like Jelena said, her like father or a child, a spouse, and we would like to help them, it's really even closer. Plus, we live under the same roof very often, so it makes it challenging sometimes. So we'll be talking about this next session after a 10 minutes break, and we will see everybody at 2:20 Eastern, which is 11:20 Pacific. Thank you very much for your contribution, and we are moving to our break. Okay. I don't know how it works. Why is that? Why not me speaking? I'm supposed to be highlighted. All right, I know what I should do before I go to break. Okay, that will work for right now. Okay, I need to bring my speakers in. Everybody is here. Let me do that. Everybody is here. Hello, Monica. Genius Activator.
Hello.
She's also our agent of change. Mike, please start the video and we
Good
can.
morning.
Hello, Yo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, for joining us on this panel that is, I believe, is extremely important for our Diabetic Healthcare Expo, for our, I call it Diabetes 101 crash course, because in one day we are discussing everything that we do need to remember. Very often we are becoming so focused on one aspect or two aspects. Hello, Mike. Of our life, that we forget that our life is not only food and movement. There are people around us. There are events happening around us. The earth did not stop to rotate, and we still need somehow to continue living, communicating, being participants in different events. We have families, we have friends, we have job obligations. So let's talk about families today, right now. So on this panel, I have my returning speakers. We have Yo. She is joy igniter, but she also is the mother, the teacher, the grandmother, the educator, and many other hats that she has. It just you will be amazed to know. We have Monica Henderson, who is also, she right here it says genius activator, but she is also change agent for our group. She is also one of the admins in the group, and she is a regular speaker on our forums here. And we have returning Mike. He was MIO for some time, but he is back. He is type 2 chef, how he calls himself, and you've seen him cooking on in the previous events when he was the Lunch and Learn presenter. And today he is participating in our family involvement panel discussion. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
Good, good, good. So because we have 3 people on the panel, this is the first panel with 3 speakers today. Let's move on real quick. So we talk about family involvement, and before we start, I would like to, as usually, start with the quote. And when we talk about family, very often we're talking about kids, because not necessarily kids have diabetes, but we as parents might have this diagnosis and we are lost. How do we deal with family and kids and my diagnosis, and what do I do? So first of all, I wanted to read this. Children have never been very good at listening to their elders, but they never fail to imitate them. Have never failed to imitate them. So the reason why I'm saying this is because we want to remember about it. And with that in mind, I am moving to the first question. Why it is important for kids to, it's a loaded question. It has 3 parts to it. Why it is important for kids to know about diabetes, to be aware of the importance of self-care, and about their parents' diagnosis. I couldn't make it shorter. It's important to talk about. And I will ask Yo to start with that. Then Mike will chime in, and Monica will wrap it up.
That was a very, very loaded question, Irina. But I will start with this. It is important for kids to recognize anything that the adults are experiencing, because eventually they're going to be adults themselves. And if we can lead by example and show our children how we can maintain resilience, how we can push through things and still have the ability to still support and love on them. I think it's just like we forget sometimes that we're raising adults. And when we get into the parent mode, we're always trying to protect our kids, keep them safe, keep them guarded. But if we're dealing with something like diabetes, then making them aware of it, it's doing the exact opposite of what you thought you were doing. That's when you're actually loving on them and providing for them and keeping them safe, because you're giving them an opportunity to see what life is like when things aren't all rainbows and unicorns and everything's happy and good. So it's just, that's, yeah. And why is self-care important too? Same reason. Eventually they're going to be adults, and if they can see that you're taking self-care seriously and you're taking how you treat your body and how you live your life in a way that benefits you as a unique individual, as an adult, they can hopefully emulate and do the same things when they grow up.
Great. Lead by example. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mike, what will you say? What will be your response to this big question? Why it is important for kids to know about diabetes, to be aware of the importance of self-care, and also to know about their parents' diagnosis?
Well, the parents' diagnosis, it's important for a couple of reasons, especially if maybe you're having a bad day and you may be acting a certain way. It could be related to low sugar, high sugar, or just the fatigue that we feel over time. There's also times when we might need something if, I mean, my kids have known for years, and if I say my sugar feels a little low, my kids know to go get me something. They know what I need when I'm in that state of low sugar. So they know to go get me something either from the refrigerator or some candy or something. And it kind of helps to maybe explain why you might be acting a certain way. With low sugar, you can be a little more short-tempered or a little more just out of it sometimes. It's just the fog of it. And then as far as the self-care part, you can never start too soon. So really my point is that if you wait until you're older and maybe some of the side effects or consequences have already set in, you don't really get to go back and have a do-over. Now you have to deal with, the side effects of bad eating, not exercising, not sleeping right, all those things. So the sooner we could start, the better.
Absolutely. Thank you. And
So we
Monica.
try to get away from the fast food. We're trying to get away from,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
that I always taught moderation, which is something I think a lot of people struggle with. It's one extreme or the other when it comes to dieting and everything, but just to have a knowledgeable, sensible overall approach to it, and I mean, that's how I've approached it.
Well, you speak from the experience. You actually had to talk to your kids and explain them certain moments, right? So thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, plus I was hospitalized for 2 days. I mean, this is over 10 years ago. I was hospitalized for 2 days, and that was scary for everybody, but we had a long talk about it, and just to make them understand it, that it's real.
Thank you. So Monica, what about your response to this long, big question?
Well, one of the things that as a parent you don't think about is, well, when my kids grow up, they're definitely going to have to battle with diabetes. Like that's the birth plan, right? Like, I'm pregnant now, they're going to have to deal with this thing. But what I like to think of, especially each of our bodies are really designed very different and very specific. And so as parents, what we're really doing is helping them understand the logistics of living in their body, right? And what they need to do in order to stay healthy. And the other thing that I know for sure about parenting is whatever we do is normal to them until they see something different, right? So in my house, dance parties are normal. When Yo came to visit, she's like, y'all dance and sing and laugh and joke all the time. It's very normal in my house. My kids don't expect anything other than laughing and joking and singing and dancing. Everything's a musical. We call it a musical called Monica, right? Like that's normal in our household, but that might not be normal in someone else's household. And so the reason why it's important, I'm going to try to wrap all of those three questions up in the same answer here. But the reason why, as parents, it's really important for us to first explain what diabetes is, but not in like a super big giant terms, but just kind of like as a logistical function of the way your body is working, is because the likelihood of them having this as a possibility for them could be higher, just like we teach them to brush their teeth and to wash their hair and to shower on a daily basis and to eat, eat good foods and to have table manners. Like the logistics of working with a body that has diabetes is something that they'll need to understand for themselves as well. But the reality is, if you're doing the things that you need to do for caring for yourself and your diabetes and logistics of that, it's probably going to trickle down into your parenting as well, because you then can preventively preempt their habits so that they're actually more aligned with not getting diabetes in the first place. But explaining that all of that is a part of self-care for you, and that you're helping them learn their own self-care for the logistics of their body and how their body works, because everybody sleeps differently, everybody likes different foods and all those things. It really gives an opportunity for you to model what you would like them to have, because they're looking at you for the map of what's supposed to happen on a daily basis. You are what makes their life normal, right? And how you do things is what normal is to them until they see something else. And also, you're giving them the understanding that self-care is just a part of the process of taking care of the body that you live in. And if you're giving them that understanding of, we all are responsible, right? We're all responsible to take care of the vessel that we use, to do all the fun things that we get to do. And we're all a part of, and all of that, all of the things, right? Not just the brushing your teeth and going to bed on time and washing your hair, but also eating the proper foods that make your body run the way it's supposed to, and making sure that you're drinking water and making sure that you're getting lots of exercise. Those are all things that are a part of the logistics of making sure that your body keeps working the way you want it to. And then we make that normalized in our households. It's really easy to actually have those conversations about diabetes, because you can have two conversations. You can either say, hey, I didn't know that I needed to do these things, and so that's why I'm teaching you to do it, so that you don't have the problems with the logistics of your body that I'm having. Or you can say, we're all doing this because we just figured out that there's a better way to do this, right? And so now we're all going to have fun trying this new way to take care of our bodies. But either way, having that conversation about diabetes doesn't have to be the, well, dun, 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 there's this horrible thing happening to me and I don't want it to happen to you. It can really just be as simple as, hey, we figured out a new way to take care of our bodies, and now we're all going to take care of our bodies differently, because when we don't take care of our bodies, this is something that could happen, and I don't want this to happen to you.
All right. Yeah. So the bottom line is, for what I hear from all three of you, is we do need to talk in the family. We should not keep it as a secret, and don't try to hide it from family. And probably what I learned is the best way to do it together, to have it a family affair, to have it a family activity, rather than this is my little meal and this is yours. No, I cannot eat what you have because it hurts me. I don't understand this period, because if it hurts you, why you want them to eat that? There is a way to find, not necessarily just broccoli every day, but broccoli could be cooked in a different way and enjoyed by everyone. So communication. All right. Next question I have. How can kids help their parents or grandparents to manage this diagnosis? And Mike, I would like to start with you because you have the most experience with that. And you already started answering that question.
Well, I mean, they could help if, you're taking a day trip, maybe they'll pack a few things for you. I've had that experience, or that's always helpful. Maybe giving you a little push if you're feeling lazy that day and they push you to take a walk or walk the dogs or to get you out, just to kind of be a little motivator for you to do the things that, you don't feel like doing on your lazy days. That's always helpful. And maybe cooperating would be nice.
Yes.
Agreeing that, we should all be eating the right foods. And I like what you said about not separating the meals so much, because I believe that this self-care plan that we try to do for ourselves is good for everybody. I mean, the cooking that I teach it's good for everybody, whether or not you're type 2, type 1, or you could be perfectly healthy, but it's not like I'm trying to kind of bring those two worlds together.
Definitely.
It's healthy for everybody. And I'm starting to hear more and more about how the processed carbs and the refined sugars, they've become public enemy number one. So that's, I'm seeing more and more that it applies to everybody. So if I can drive that point home, that's really, it's on my list of things that I want to accomplish with what I'm doing.
All right. Oh, Monica
The
disappeared. Just when I thought to ask her, she disappeared. She'll be back.
And
I'm sure.
I wanted to add something to what you said before about not
Yes.
hiding your diagnosis from your
Yes.
family. That extends to the workplace too.
Mm-hmm.
I always let people know at work. I don't hide it from them. There may be days when I'm acting a certain way, or like I said, again, it really goes down to like if you need something to treat low sugar, or if you need to just disappear for a few minutes and get yourself together, you're explaining your behavior in advance so that people don't think it's kind of abnormal or antisocial, or, I never hide it from coworkers. I don't think that's a good idea to do.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. I again forgot to do the recording. So,
Yes, love.
it's your turn to answer the
see.
question.
See,
While
you thought
waiting
you
on
had
Monica to come back.
you thought you had 3 people and you ended up having 2 anyway. Guess it's just meant for you to have 2 people. That's it. Till she comes back. Again, that's a pretty deep question. Because I was a public school teacher for over 20 years. And so when you say how can kids support their family, I go by age ranges. My mind went straight to age ranges. It would depend on the developmental stage and age of the kid. Like if you have a grandchild, or like my grandkids, my oldest one is 10. So like if I were, unfortunate, if I was given the diagnosis of diabetes, I would look to Jerome to do things like, it just entertained me, like just kind of provide some joy to me, like, keep my spirits lifted up, because he's really good at just, asking me how I'm doing and inviting me to go do things with him. So I kind of just like encourage him to keep doing those kind of things. If I had an older child, maybe that child could also do things like research for you. If you've been recently diagnosed with it and you kind of like don't really know, these kids are so more in tune with how the internet works and how to find things, that you can give them the charge of like, hey, I heard about this new diet or this new way to eat. Why don't you go research it for me? And anywhere in the middle, if you're at the grocery store, they can make it a game, make it again, turn it into a way where they can support you in what's the way they know how. I think a lot of times we don't give kids credit of what they're able to do. And we think that because they're 4 or 5 years old, they can't do bigger things, like to Mike's point, like they can go get you something if your sugar is low. They can again just work within their strengths. It depends on the uniqueness of the child, but just don't discount the kids for thinking they can't do more once they're aware of what you're going through. I would encourage you also to just keep an open mind of what you need. A lot of times I think we think that because we're the adults, we have to have everything always in line and able to do it ourselves. But those children are resilient. They can do a lot more, and they can provide the kind of support that you might be surprised. Oh, there she is. Perfect.
All right, Monica. You took a break, right, and came back just in time to answer this second question: how kids can help their parents or grandparents to manage their diagnosis.
Yeah, so I mean, we've heard it over and over and over again that diabetes is most of the time a lifestyle disease, right? Which means that you can leverage your children to be the perfect motivation for you to get all the things that you need to get in on your week basis. So one of the things that I like to do with my family is we do everything in teamwork, right? No one likes to do anything alone. Everyone hates doing chores together, you know, or by themselves, banished to the kitchen to do chores, or having to, I know as a mom, one of the worst questions that have ever been asked of me is what's for dinner tonight? It's like the daily plague of my life. What are we going to eat for dinner tonight? It's the worst thing. But I know when we are functioning at the highest level as a family, it usually comes with a bit of advanced preparation, and everyone has a role as a teammate on how we're going to get the things done around the house, including our meals. So what I like to do is very early on when my nephew came to live with us, he had a very different dietary palate than we were used to. And I found myself having to do what you were saying, Irina, where it was, here's our meal and then here's your meal. And nobody's got time to be making 2 meals a night when I didn't want to figure out how to make one. And so one of the things that I did is I sat us all around the table. I broke out the list of superfoods, and I was like, everybody write on the Post-it. If I say a food that you like, you write it on your Post-it. And then I came up with a consensus of these are the foods that everybody is comfortable with eating. And if only one person liked it, it didn't make it on the grocery list, right? So I used the team to come up with the list for groceries. And then everyone got to pick their favorite meal one day of the week for dinner. So I was less likely to have to actually come up with the menu every single day of the things. Mind you, it had to be something that came from that grocery list of things. So your dish has to be on that list of things to do. Again, taking some of the pressure off of me and a little bit on everybody involved. Also, I get a lot of less groans and moans if at least one day a week someone gets their favorite dish. Super, super easy to do as well. So like really kind of getting them engaged and involved in that way. We also started doing family workouts as opposed to independent workouts, right? So we'll all get up and take a walk in the morning before the day starts. It actually made everybody's life better because my nephew had substantially less energy throughout the day. So he wasn't quite as excitable. And I was able to get my clarity in the moment. Everybody else was able to get their start to the day with that new energy boost. So maybe think about how you can actually create a teamwork environment to hit your goals. And the other part about that, everybody working out at the same time thing, is everyone had different health goals. My husband had health goals that were very specifically to numbers on tests, right? I had health goals to fit into a particular pair of jeans that I call the life coach jeans, the ones that tell me about all of the choices that I made in my life and how I'm not making them right. My daughter had her own health goals because she also has some medical things that she needs to deal with. And my nephew really wanted to be a better soccer player, right? So I took everybody having the fact that they have something that they want to be able to do physically better, and I rolled that into the plan on how we were going to work together as a team to hit those goals. And so we started doing family workouts, and everybody got to choose how they were going to do the family workout. But that particular time, was meant for all of us to start working towards our goals. So I think if you can just take the time to actually take a pulse of what everybody wants for their health goals, and what they need dietarily, and wrap it into your weekly schedule as a part of like, this is what we're going to do as a family now to hit those goals, it'll make it a lot easier for you to be able to move forward.
Thank you, Monica. The interesting thing, you just answered already a couple of times the third question that I had. So the question is, what can be one tip you can give to parents with diabetes on how to talk with their kids about it? So you really answered this question. If you would like to add something real quickly, then add. And if you think that you gave all your best tips, then we will pass the baton to Mike and Yo.
Well, the one tip that I have is always live in the truth. Kids know when you're lying. They know every single time when you're lying. You think you are a great liar and you're holding something from them, but instead what you're doing is that you're giving them a sense of insecurity, and then they will begin to fill in the blanks, right? So when you don't tell kids what's going on, their imaginations are beautiful and wonderful, and they create all these worlds. And they will fill in the blanks of what you're not telling them, and it may not be to your benefit. So if you see them starting to act out or whatever it is, it's probably because you're not giving them enough of the truth. So I would say just live in your truth and really be honest about what is going on. You don't have to use a lot of words. You don't have to over explain, but you definitely need to at least keep them, along for the journey with you.
All right, thank you. So, Mike, what about you? What would be your one tip to give to parents how they can talk to their kids about the diabetes?
Well, I like the idea of getting everybody involved and really trying to challenge the kids a bit to come up with a healthy alternative to something they might want, or if they want to eat fast food every night, then you have to kind of slowly get them off of that and say, okay, now I'm gonna give it to you one night, but tomorrow I want you to come up with a better alternative, and really challenge them in that way. Maybe take them to the supermarket and teach them about the produce aisles and some of the healthier choices, and then see what they come up with. Let their imagination kind of go with it, and I think they may feel more connected to it once they do it successfully. Once they come up with an idea and everybody agrees that it was a good idea, and they put something healthy or tasty on the table, that that would be a little more rewarding for them, so that they could see that it's not it's not the type of food where you have to hold your nose to swallow it. It's you can have it both ways. You can have something that tastes good and is healthy for you.
Yeah.
So I like to challenge them in that way, because I find that they usually will respond.
So not keeping a secret and involve them in the challenge.
Yes.
All right. Yo, what about you? You need to wrap up this session, and we are expecting a tip from the professional educator.
You always putting pressure on me. First of all, you shouldn't have gave Monica no extra time because she stole my effing answer. I was going to say be honest, but then you let her keep on going, so I had to come up with something else. So I'm going to combine the two of them, and I'll make it fun. Kids like to have fun. You could do something like a grocery store bingo card. You can have put the different things to choose from, and as you go to the store, y'all can exit off, make it a scavenger hunt for them to go find it for you. Choose different exercises that you all can do together, and be like, this week we're going to try to black out the card, or we're going to do make a debut, a football goal out of the bingo card. But I would say make it fun, and just realize, just because it's a diagnosis that has all this negative connotation to it doesn't mean it can't be fun. Just make it fun. That's my tip. Make it fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and actually, I do remember when my kids were young, we used to have cooking parties with them. They will invite few friends, and everybody will come up with the recipe and from the cookbook, not create themselves. They will find the recipe that they think they will like, and then we make the grocery list, and go shopping, and they do collect the items for their groceries. What is it? But with diabetes, they need a little bit prepping up front. So if we're cooking something, it has to be specifically oriented. So minimum sugar, minimum of something else, and but maximum of that. So teaching them a little bit. So it was fun, and our kids loved it. And we have those bunch of videos and pictures how they run around the grocery store with the cart and collect what they needed for their recipes. Yes, when kids are knowing what they're working about, it's much easier for us as adults to speak with them because they know the reason. It's not their misbehavior, it's not the punishment. This is the new challenge.
I think it's important not to scare them too, because
Yes.
they might think, oh, I saw you eating you know, a candy bar, and they think you're gonna die tomorrow, or you know,
Yeah.
some kids are very sensitive to that,
Mhm.
and it's tricky, but you
Yeah.
have to say, you know, the majority of the time I have to eat really, really well to stay
Yeah.
healthy. And if I do that, I will stay healthy. Like I just, you know, the time I went into the hospital, they were worried I wasn't coming out,
Mhm.
you know, because they've heard that story about other people. And it's just, I guess it depends on the age as well, but um, there's a fine line we have to walk there, not to scare them too much. Like you don't want to teach by, you know, but with scare tactics,
Yeah,
Exactly.
teaching by terror.
which
Yeah.
is what a lot of social media is doing now. They're,
Mhm.
you know, fear.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mike, Monica, and Yo for your contribution. I think you dropped a lot of cool ideas that people can use, and maybe we'll think about talking with their kids, because as I said in the beginning, a lot of people don't believe that their kids will understand, or they say they don't understand me. Maybe they need to have another conversation and find some solution that will work for everybody, and everybody will feel, you know, kind of participant instead of the victim of the situation.
Mhm.
So with that, we will stop this discussion because we can talk about it a long time. But we have Monica who is going to talk with the group about the same topic, I guess, right? No? Yes,
Yeah.
maybe. Just in more details. And I appreciate Mike and your coming in and sharing your wisdom. Coming in. And I will be removing the spotlights. I think this is how it goes, right? No, I will put spotlight on Monica, and she will talk and we will watch, and everybody are here to listen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Irina. So I loved I love coming after this panel because one of the things about being a parent, or a grandparent, or an aunt, or a person who's essentially responsible for nurturing another human being, whether they are tiny or not so tiny, is that we feel this need to care for them, to protect them, and also to help them grow. But doing that can sometimes be difficult when we're dealing with our own stuff, right? Like the hardest part about being a parent is the fact that like you can't do it in a perfect world, like for you, right? You have your own emotions that you have to deal with. You have the stresses from work. You have like obligations. You have bills. There's like so many things that are happening. And on top of that, these people come to you and they ask you for things like food and advice and rides to places, and so all of that can kind of sometimes make it overwhelming to be a person who's nurturing someone. And so today I want to kind of like spend some time really dissecting what a genius nurturing plan would look like. And so if you are watching this right now and you've been listening all day and you want to do an exercise, I'm going to ask you to just pull out a little piece of paper and a pen. And I want you to, on this piece of paper, I want you to think about the people that you nurture. Now, this is not necessarily your spouse. These are the people, the young ones who are responsible, that you're responsible for in your life. And I want you to write their names down on this piece of paper. So for me, I'm going to write Aubriana, because that's my daughter. And I'm going to write Sindel, who's my nephew. And then I'm also going to write another person who I have to care for, which is my mother-in-law, right? Because I'm in that sandwich generation where we're taking care of both top ends and bottom ends. I'm going to write all three of them down. So, and the reason why I'm asking you to write it down is because sometimes just taking a second to be intentional about what it is that we are doing for the people that we are caring for could be very, very, very helpful. So as you're looking at that list of lovely people, I know, Mike, you have a list of kids, right? You're the only one I can see in here. So Mike has a list of kids. I know Yo is an empty nester, but she has grandbabies that sometimes she's nurturing. She also has nieces and nephews that she nurtures, as well as her own grown kids. So I want you to really take a look at that list. And for a second, I want you to think about how much you love them, right? How much they are important to you, and how much of your life is around taking care of them. Like, think about how many hours a day, week, month, that you are essentially responsible for kind of engaging and interacting with these people. And so for me, my teenage daughter, a lot less there, right? But my nephew, who's 11, he's about to graduate from elementary school, substantially more care necessary for him. And then my mother-in-law, I have to do wellness visits to her, and those are a little, like, substantially less than, let's say, my daughter who lives in my house at the moment. So of those three people, for me, when I think about how much time I spend on each of them, it's not equal. And the reason why I'm pointing this out for you is because a lot of the times when we think of the people that we care for, we think of them in a big lump sum, and that can sometimes be overwhelming to even think about in the first place, right, Mike? Like, when you think about the kids and all the things that they need all in a grouping, that's like overwhelming. But if we look at them independently, it really kind of makes that list a little bit more easy to kind of manage, right? So as you're looking at this list of people, I want you to think about, what do you need for each of them in order to care for them, right? So, like, what are the things that each of them are asking of you to care for them? And so when I think of my nephew, he needs daily hugs. He's very affectionate, so he needs some time in the morning where we can just sit and be, right? There are meals that I need to prepare for him, right? My daughter, she's older. She's a graduating senior in high school, so she takes care of herself for the most part. And she also decided that this year she was going to be pescatarian, so she makes her own meals all on her own. But what he needs is, he needs me to cook meals for him. He needs us to get him to soccer, right? Because he has soccer practice, right? So I just want you to create a list, and I'm doing this out loud just to give you some ideas of what kinds of things you can put on here. We need to kind of stay on top of him about, like, his chores, right? He's getting more and more better at doing his chores on his own, but there is still some logistics there. And then as I'm thinking about this for my daughter, what do I need to care for her? She just needs like an hour a day spread out over the day, where I'm just checking in with her and having conversation, right? She needs dance parties. She needs support, talking about the stresses of the end of the year for her graduation. And so there's a lot less doing that I have to do for her, but a lot more kind of emotional support. And when I'm looking at my mother-in-law, those are daily phone calls, right? We call daily to check in on her and ask her questions. So I need a call for her every day, and then we need to visit. So the reason why we're pulling these things out is because sometimes on those list of things to do, there might be things that we are pushing into the care of others and not what they want. So I want you to look at that same list and I want you to go, how many of these things have they, like, do they really need? And how many of these things have I decided it's important for me to do without their permission? Right? We really think about our parenting style or our nurturing style. What is being required of us because it's necessary? And what is something that you might be pushing into that may not actually be what they need or what they want or what they ask for? And if there's anything on the list that you wrote that you feel might be something that you might be pushing into, I want you just to circle that. And we're going to come back to that at the end. So as you thought about all the things that you have to do to care for them, I want you to now think about, what do you need to do in order to protect them when you are not present? When you are not present, what do you need to do in order to protect them? What do they need to know? How do you build protection for them in that process, right? And the reason why we're talking about this, and I know you're like, this is a diabetic healthcare expo, right? But one of the main contributors to incidents with diabetes is stress. Am I right, Irina? Did I get that right? That's one of the major components to it. And one of the things that makes it very overwhelming is all of the things that you might be feeling that's sitting on your shoulders, right? And you have all this weight on your shoulders. So right now what we're doing is we're creating a nurturing plan for the people in our lives so that we can lift some of the things off our shoulders. Well, those meals, I mean, technically, I really only need to make dinner for my nephew. I don't need to make a snack for him if I provide a way for him to actually make healthy snacks for himself, but I have to make sure that he gets those healthy snacks. So in order for me to protect him, I need to provide a healthy way for him to be able to do that. I might need to make sure that he understands how to properly use utensils in the kitchen so that he doesn't hurt himself when trying to cut an orange or an apple, right? So I might need to teach him how the proper way to be in the kitchen to take care of one of those meals. That might be something that I pushed into. I don't need to make him a snack. He can make himself a snack, but I'm gonna just create a strategy to actually protect him in that process. And the chores, right? Is it something that I need to stand over him and say, make sure you do your chores? Or is there another way that I can allow him to actually have some independence in that process? Now, I get it, he's 11, and so some of you may have younger children, but this exercise is useful at all ages, because what I will tell you is kids are way more capable than we give them credit for. And a lot of the times as parents, we take on responsibility because we want it done right? And sometimes we actually rob them of the ability to learn the skills to be able to do it themselves because we don't give them the time to practice under our watch, right? So I want you to think about those things, at all the things that you feel like you have to do, that laundry list of things you have to do for them. Is some of this stuff that they can do themselves? And if so, how can you protect them in that process? Which brings us to, how can they grow, right? So what do I need for each of the people that I'm nurturing to help them to grow into more independence, to help them grow into being able to do more for themselves, grow their confidence in themselves, so they can build trust in themselves, have them be able to be wiser about their decisions and their choices. Like, what can I do to help them? So using my nephew as the example, I can talk to him about how soccer players' diets are versus how our diet is, and how we might need to shift it to a more healthy diet to fuel the body so that he can be a better soccer player. That might be the conversation that we need to have. We did have that conversation. I actually had him go on the internet and look up what soccer players eat as a part of their diet when they're in training. The beautiful part is he came back with a list of things like proteins. He's like, well, soccer players eat chicken, and they eat, I think he said fish. Now, mind you, I've been trying to get this boy to eat fish on a daily basis the entire time that I've had him. But because it was on the soccer list, he said he was willing to try it, right? And certain vegetables were on there. And so we had a discussion about like, okay, well, which of these are something that you wouldn't want me to add into the process of us doing things, right? Of us like creating these meals. And he was able to contribute to the grocery list, and those things became his, right? He was then able to grow into his understanding of how this food can help him be a better soccer player so that he can actually do what he needs to do. The pressure is off of me to convince him that these foods are good, right? So now I'm less overwhelmed with how am I going to convince this little boy to eat better foods for himself, because all he wants to do is eat Takis. Y'all have heard them Takis. All he wants to do is eat Takis, but how can I convince him that carrot sticks and broccoli, maybe with some dip, just so that I can encourage him to eat it, right? How can those things be more beneficial? And one of the carrots, or one of the pieces of candy for him was, oh, well, my favorite soccer player eats like this, and I want to be more like him. So I'm going to eat that way, right? So when you're looking at the ways that you're caring for someone, and the ways that you can protect them in the process, and also the ways that doing this can actually help them grow, it makes it a lot easier for you to, one, make decisions of what is necessary for you to do so that you can actually take some of those things off your list and put it on their list. And two, give you the opportunity to really manage your household and your children so that they have a better opportunity of being in support of what you are doing, as opposed to oppose it, right? So when my mother-in-law, we have that under control. There's nothing else that we need to do there. And when we're there checking in with her, we're making sure that she's making healthy choices. With my daughter, I'm asking her about like, okay, well, you're on this pescatarian trip. Is there anything that we need to do to support you? Do you have everything that you need? So I'm giving her the responsibility of taking care of her new diet, right? And we're all coming together in the process of taking some of the load off of me so that I can continue to do the other things that I have to do, which is my own self-care regimen, my own taking care of my life, right? Like my work life, deepening the relationship with my husband, having time with friends, right? When we give our kids opportunities to really flourish by allowing some of the caring of them to be on their own side, right? Protecting them by giving them the right information and empowering them to do things, and also really encouraging them to grow along with you, you will be able to create this change that's happening in your life substantially better. That's my time. I hope you enjoyed this, but I want to leave you with one last thing. You always have choices, so choose to be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. I knew you can bring up the message, and I'm glad that you choose to speak about relationships in the family and involving kids in this process, because very often we are not doing that, and as a result, we have to go through this trouble to explain them why things are not going their way. So when we work with them proactively, we can avoid all those not very pleasant conversations and conflicts.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. I want to say thank you to Mike, who is already left, and Yo, who is still around. We had this conversation going a little bit longer. We'll take just couple minutes break. Michael already here, our next speaker, and I need to make sure that our one more speaker is on her way, and we will see everyone in a couple of minutes. Thank you, Monica. Okay, I will remove the spotlight. Okay, here I am. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes, turning on the music, and I'm chasing Jamie. Hi, Jamie. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. It's about time to be online.
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting on right now. We just got done with our last appointment, so.
Perfect, perfect. Because I took a little bit longer on the previous session, so we have extra couple of minutes, but we'll start talking in the couple of minutes, and
Okay.
we'll wait for you. I will do a little bit of overview of what's going on, what happened during today, but all right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, I think I just reported to everyone what is going on, how I was looking for Jamie, and I found her. So I would add spotlights to Michael and Jamie. You need to open the camera so I could put spotlight on you. All right, perfect. Thank you. Oh, look at this. You have a bridge behind you. You have a car, I guess, behind you. All right. So if I wanted to begin with to remind everyone about the day that we had today. This is our last session. This is our last conversation that we will have. And before that, we started 5 hours, more than 5 hours ago, and we were talking about self-care, we were talking about the lifestyle, we were talking about stress management, we were talking about caregivers and caregiving, and just had this session with the conversation about family involvement. We also had the cooking session, and our kitchen fairy, Amy was preparing the coleslaw with the pulled pork, or pulled chicken, barbecue chicken, and now we are wrapping up with the community connection. All this, I believe that all these topics we need to remind our newly diagnosed people that this is something that we don't want to overlook. Diabetes is a diagnosis that involves everything, all aspects of our life. And if we are only eating right, but not taking care of stress and not sleeping enough, it will not get us as far as we could if we will take care of that. If we're only doing exercises but continue eating the way how we were eating and taking pills, we may get a little bit of improvement, but that will not take us to the healthy desired result. So community connections is very important. We are social creatures. We spoke about how caregivers can participate and can contribute. We were talking about how family can participate and contribute. But then we have some people who live on their own. They don't have family who live with them. They don't have caregivers who are taking care of them. They're by themselves. They need to take care of themselves, and they need to come up with some solution so they don't feel alone, because this is important. And this is the topic that I wanted to talk about on this session. And Michael is a returning speaker. He's been multiple times on our events. He is a social worker, and he has a heart for people with type 2 diabetes. So he is always, when he is available, because he's also working, but when he is available, he is always joining us. And most of the times he is on this panel, and sometimes he is on the caregivers panel. So I would like Michael and Jamie to unmute yourself And we will move to our conversations. I will start with the quote and then we will do the questions. So the quote is, "The need for connection and community is primal, as fundamental as the need for air, water, and food. We are social creatures. We need people. We need people." So let's move on. The first question is, why it is important to be connected to your local community support resources? And I will start with Michael because he's a veteran on this panel. And then Jamie will finish it up.
Sure. Thanks, Irina. As Irina said, and that's why I always start out, we're social creatures. We need those connections with people around us. It's important to have community support because this can be a very lonely and isolating disease. You can feel really overwhelmed and really lonely. And, that's not to take away from family support and the people in your immediate circle. That's tremendous as well. But when you branch out, as far as community support, when you branch out and reach out to more of those community resources, they bring expertise and knowledge and things to the conversation and to your life that you don't necessarily, that you personally wouldn't necessarily think of. Your community support involves it involves everybody. It involves your doctor teams. It involves local support groups. It can involve your local health department for classes, major hospitals, and everybody that's in your life, and especially when it's relating to your diabetes, and it really relates to everything, but everybody will bring a different perspective. They'll have knowledge that you don't have or that you hadn't thought about because they're seeing that from outside. We get so wound up in the minutia of our lives and managing our disease that we can get this tunnel vision, and we can only see, and we see better than anybody how it personally affects us. But people in your community will bring a new perspective to your disease. They'll bring a new perspective to how you deal with this disease. And I see this every day in the diabetes group on Facebook. Somebody will make a post and there's at least 50 different perspectives, that people will comment on that. And I consider the Facebook group, I consider our Diabetes 101 group to be a great community resource. That's all in the envelope. It doesn't have to be, I have to sit down with this person for it to be a community resource. The Facebook group, the support group meetings that's held every 2 weeks. Those are all things that are a part of your community support system. And they're critically important to give you a perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have and to help you manage your disease, especially when you're talking about like the doctor side, the medical side. I firmly believe that your care team is a part of your community supports. They're going to provide expert advice and knowledge. They're going to be there to help you navigate this disease. So I think it's tremendously important to have different sources of community support, not just your doctor, not just the Facebook group, but local support groups, even local classes, things of that nature.
Thank you, Michael. I didn't mention that Michael is one of our admins in the Facebook group, Diabetes 101 for Beginners. So this is the face of the person who sometimes could make a post or make a comment. So it's kind of nice to know who are those people behind those admin labels that we have. And my understanding is that Jamie right now in the transition from the car to the computer. So we are ready to pass the baton to you. So I will repeat the question. Maybe this will help you to put together the thoughts. The question is simple. Why it is important to be connected to your local community support resources?
Right. So well, let me give you a little bit of background about me. So I'm a functional nutritionist and lifestyle practitioner. I also do personal training, and I do diabetes education. And so the reason why I got into it was because my mom had type 2 diabetes. There wasn't a lot of help that was given to us. She didn't have a lot of support. She always felt like, You know, she was kind of just trying to figure it out all on her own. After she passed away, I decided to start getting more involved in it, and you know, helping other people is what I wanted to do. So I think it is really important to involve your community and be involved in a community like this one, and to also have the support, a good support system in your home as well. Like Michael was saying, you can get involved with, you know, have your doctors involved, you know, maybe your church group, maybe you're a gym member, you know, and you're taking group fitness classes, you know, and there are other people who have the same type of diagnosis. So you have that ability to share your story, share what you're going through, maybe share what works for you, what doesn't work for you. You also get a lot of, you get an empathetic ear. So if you've never had the diagnosis, or you've, you know, never really been around anyone who's had it, you don't understand the type of impact that it could have on your life. So it's really important to have a good sound community around you so you can find those things that will work for you.
Perfect. Thank you. And you actually brought us very nicely to the next question, which is, how do you find those resources, those communities that are near you? And Jamie, I would like you to start with that, since you're already talking about it anyways.
Sure. So I actually did a little bit of a, you know, internet search last night after you and I had spoke, just to see what other information is out there. And there's actually quite a bit of groups available that will connect you to groups in your community, that will help you create, you know, a support system around you. So the, I was going to pull it up. I had it on a little note on my computer, which is just starting to come up. So, but there's a lot of groups out there. You can, you know, Facebook is a great resource for finding groups like this one and other ones that do help people navigate, you know, this type of diagnosis. You could also do just a search in the search bar on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. You could just type in, you know, like hashtag type 2 diabetes, and so much information comes up. One thing I just want to put out there is there is a lot of bad information out there. So just, you know, for anyone listening, it is really important to, you know, really pay attention to what you're looking at, and to follow the advice first from your doctors, because you are in their care. But second, to also be mindful of what people are putting out there. There's a lot of people who I think have really good intentions, but they just don't have the education and the knowledge, you know, that's needed to help support someone through this diagnosis.
Yes, thank you. Definitely. Thank you for bringing it up. We have this conversation ongoing in the group, when some people starting giving very direct, not even recommendations, but orders how to do certain things in certain way, without weighing the fact that that person might have, for example, some other conditions, and doctor are not recommending to do this specific thing. So it's important to learn, but to really check with the doctor, is it a good idea or not. So Michael, what ideas would you recommend? You're a social worker, you know some resources, especially I know that we could search the internet, but what about physical connection? Because some people, they say, I cannot do it. For example, I only have a telephone, and my telephone is old, and my internet connection is bad. So I cannot do the internet. I need to find some places like locally where I could go. What would be your recommendation if people have this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think number one, that would depend on what exactly you're looking for and what you're needing, whether it's a support group, whether it's education. I would recommend, first of all, starting with if you live in a big city or a medium-sized city, like I live in Knoxville, Tennessee, or if you live at least close by, one great resource is the local health departments for those bigger cities. Like I know here, the Knox County Health Department here in Knoxville has a free diabetes Zoom meeting. It's a 3-part Zoom meeting, and it's taught by the health department's dietitian that's on staff there. And it's a 3-part series. It's open to anybody. She goes over all the raw basics of diabetes and what it means, you know, what it is in the body, what diabetes is, you know, what glucose is. She talks about carbohydrates, everything basically. You know, I saw a dietitian in person not long after I was diagnosed through my endocrinologist. And I also, just out of curiosity, attended that Zoom meeting. And I think they do some in-person meetings as well. If you can't do Zoom, they do some in-person meetings as well. And the information on the health department meeting was pretty much spot on with what the nutritionist at the endocrinologist office taught me. So that's one thing, is reach out to your local health department. If you live in a smaller town, the health department may not have those resources. But again, if you live within a couple hours of a bigger city, you can check with those health departments. Another option is to check with bigger hospitals. A lot of times hospitals have diabetes support groups. Check with your local hospitals. Check if you have an endocrinologist, and even if you don't see an endocrinologist, if there's a practice near you, sometimes, you know, they will set up and host support groups and meetings and things like that. Or we'll have, at least people will, like a community message board or something, where people will post their meetings. And more importantly, if you can't find it, if you live in a smaller town and you can't find it, then make it. Do it yourself. You know, reach out to the hospital or the health department. Say, hey, I'm interested in a support group meeting. You know, can we get something set up? Reach out to your, you know, if you're a person of faith and you go to church, reach out to your church. Ask them about sponsoring a support group meeting to set up. You can find the connections. That's the biggest thing. Because I know in rural areas, and a lot of people are in rural areas, those resources are hard to find, but nobody's saying you can't start it yourself. And you'd be surprised. You know, the way I look at it, if you're in that position where, you know, there's just nothing here, there's nothing around here, you know, I can't find support, I can't find help, I guarantee you there's more people that's in the exact same situation as you are. And sometimes somebody has to step up and be the first to say, hey, you know what, I'll do this. I'll set up a support group meeting. And support group meetings it doesn't have to be hosted by a social worker or a licensed therapist. I mean, sometimes you just need to vent, and you just need to talk with people that understand what you're going through, that are experiencing that with you. Sometimes just being able to just vent helps tremendously. So that's some of my recommendations about where to find those resources. And like I said, that's the biggest thing. Make them yourself if you can't find them.
Perfect. Okay, one more question that people sometimes they will say, well, just on that, yeah, I went there once, it wasn't for me. And so support group meetings are not for me. What would be your, you know, recommendation, how people can find out, is that for them? Is it the right group or community for them? What would you do? And Michael, I will ask with you, since you're already on it anyways.
I think the most important thing is to know what exactly you need and what you're looking for, and to make sure that you're comfortable with that. A lot of people, when they say that doesn't work for me, it could be the source, it could be the place, you know. Again, mentioning, you know, if you're a person of faith and you have a church family and a church community, then that might be a great option for you. Somebody that's not quite as religious, or that is more secular, that probably wouldn't work for them. So I think it's important to know exactly what you need and what kind of people that you need, you know, to surround yourself with. Some people just need the emotional support. You know, some people that are newly diagnosed, they need more of the clinical expertise and the education and the teaching, and knowing what you need is critical. But yeah.
Okay, that's a good tip to have when people will look for some supportive community. And Jamie, what about you? What can you add to Michael's tips?
I agree 100% with him. You have to definitely find what's going to work for you. But what I like to tell people is to give it a few times. You know, go 2 or 3 times. You know, sometimes when we go one time, you know, maybe we're in a particular mood or feeling a certain way, so we really don't connect with the group, or you know, whatever we're interacting with. But if you give it a couple times, you might find, you know, maybe you meet someone, you really enjoy the conversation. You know, you're maybe in a better mood the next time you go. Maybe you're feeling a little better physically, so you're paying attention more. Whatever the case may be, just give it a few times before you say, oh, it's not for me. Because it could be for you. I know raising a house full of boys and having, you know, a husband who's, you know, very, very manly, you know, they don't always like to talk in a group, or they feel more comfortable just talking amongst themselves. You know, having a group of men get together, and like what Michael was saying is, if you're not connecting with a group, then create your own. You know, have your family come, have your, you know, your best friend come with you, whatever the situation is, and have that support with you, and just create it yourself. And, you know, maybe you can't find what you're looking for, but you can certainly figure out how to host it yourself, you know. But it really is important to have the support of, you know, people in your life, and then joining support groups and finding what is going to work for you and where you feel comfortable.
Perfect. Yes. So look around, ask around, give it a try, give it a second try. And if nothing works, make yourself a founder. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Michael, for joining us here. This is our last panel, the last conversation we had. And I also wanted to, first of all, remind everyone who is listening live or listening recording, that in the comments for this recording, we have I posted a couple of times the link to agenda. So if you was listening to it and then, I have a question for that pharmacist that was there. How do I get in touch with her? You could look at the agenda and find her name and her contact information. Or you say, oh, there was this one lady, she was talking about weight loss. How do I, again, the same thing, log in, find out. Cooking recipe, it's in the conversation. Amy gave us the PDF file so everybody could go ahead and download it. And right now we have one last presentation that Jamie is going to bring to us. And for everyone, again, recording, live, whatever, if you feel that you need to speak to Michael, there is a link how to connect with Michael. Is easy to find because he is an admin in the group. So you just go to admins and find him. But if you need to speak to any of the speakers, and Jamie as well, go ahead, look at the agenda, the like worst case scenario, reach out to me. I spoke with all of them personally several times. I know how to get them to you. So this is my blessing for everyone. And for right now, I will take off the spotlights from me and from Michael, and we'll leave it on Jamie, and we will listen to the last presentation of the day. Thank you, Michael.
Great. So what I wanted to talk about, it's a lot of it is related to the topic that we're talking about today, which is the community connection. But what I wanted to share was a statistic that I found on the global diabetes prevalence. So this is globally the epidemic that we face. So global diabetes prevalence in 2019 was estimated to be 463 million people worldwide affected by type 2 diabetes, rising to 578 million people by the year 2030. So by 2045, they're estimating that 700 million people globally will be affected by type 2 diabetes. So just under 500 million people are living with diabetes worldwide, and the number is they're projected to increase by 25%, which is just in my mind it just blows my mind that we're going to have, you know, billions of people that are affected by this, you know, by type 2 diabetes. I think it's really important to find, even early on, even before there's a diagnosis, to find support groups, to talk to people, to start working on your health, especially if, you know, you have been diagnosed and you see that your family members maybe aren't living the healthiest lifestyle. You know, maybe you see them heading towards the same diagnosis that you were given. It's really important to have the education, to find out all the information you can so that you can share it with others. I think the only way to stop it, you're not going to stop the food industry. You're not going to, you know, stop the things that are happening. You know, people have addictions, you know, there's a lot of inflammatory foods out there, you know, lifestyles. We sit most of the day. So it is really important to start creating a healthy home. You know, it does start in the home. So it starts with educating. So we really need to do a really good job at educating and giving correct information to people to see what's going to work for them, and to remember that what works for one person isn't always going to work for the others. So you do have to find what's going to work for you. You also have to figure out what you're willing to do in order to support your own diagnosis. You can't, what's the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So we can give a lot of information. We can give a lot of education. You need to go out and do what you're going to do with it. So I like to think, I like to take more of a holistic approach when I'm working with individuals, working on their nutrition, whatever the case may be. I don't just work with people with diabetes. I work with people with traumatic brain injuries, autism, people with heart conditions, you name it. If they want nutritional and lifestyle support, I will give them that support. But what I want to talk about is when we're supporting individuals with a diagnosis, and this could be you have the diagnosis, your mom, your brother, your sister, whatever. When we're supporting individuals in these communities, we also need to take into consideration their culture and also their religious beliefs. So that's really important. When we're working with individuals. I apologize for the noise. It's really pretty here in Arizona today, so I have the house open. But when we're looking at a holistic approach, we need to consider the very first thing that people need to do is they need to get adequate sleep. We do not sleep enough. We don't set ourselves up for success when it comes to sleep. You know, I tell my clients that I work with, you need to make sure that your room is dark. You have your cell phones in another room. An hour or two before bedtime, you need to shut the TV off, get your phone out of your hand, put it somewhere else. Make sure that your room is nice and cool, that you have a comfortable bed, comfortable pillows, whatever it is that you need to have a good night's sleep. And also, don't eat right before going to bed. So your body likes to detoxify at night. When you have a full stomach and you head right to bed, now your body's just spending time digesting your food instead of detoxifying. So just keep that in mind. I have a whole lot of information on that. If anyone is interested, they can reach out to me. Another thing that's really important is regular daily movement. And when I say daily movement, it could be a dance party in your living room, go for a walk, hit the gym, go to a community center. A lot of community centers have indoor walking tracks. I know here in Arizona, because it's so hot in the summertime, those are really popular. Maybe to go swimming, whatever it is, all movement counts. So it's really important every day that you're getting some type of movement several times a day. Get up, walk around. I have a client that I just took on. She drives all day long. So I told her, pull into the gas station, get out of your car, walk around the car, do some stretching, you know, something to get your blood flowing. So you get your heart rate up a little bit. Your body will thank you. I promise. It will thank you. Another important thing to do is meditation, stress management. Reduce your stress. When you have a lot of stress in your life, you have raised cortisol levels, which in return helps, well, contributes to unbalanced blood sugar levels. There's a lot of studies now that show that that can lead to clogged arteries. It could lead to other health conditions. It could make your type 2 diabetes symptoms worse. So we really need to work on reducing the stress, and daily movement will do that. Meditation, prayer, reading your Bible, just sitting down and reading, creating healthy boundaries for people. If we have individuals in our lives that are creating stress, start creating healthy boundaries and don't allow that person to cross those boundaries that you set, because your health is important. That's number one. You need to be healthy, because if you're not working on your health, then you can't help others in your house, in your family. And then the other thing that I want to mention is nutritional support. I work as a personal trainer, and when I'm at the gym and I'm taking on clients, you know, the nutrition part of it is a big part of what we talk about. But I overhear a lot of the trainers start, you know, talking about nutrition, and I just cringe, because I'm like, why are you telling them that information? It's not good sound information. It's just maybe they heard it on, you know, TikTok or whatever the case may be, you know, or they don't have the background or a lot of the training. So that's why I said it's really important that when you decide to start working on your nutrition, that you actually work with a nutritionist who's trained, who knows how to help support you in your diagnosis. So that is really important, to have a good sound nutrition. Don't just get on the internet and watch TikTok and think that what people are telling you is good information. So I'm just going through my slide deck here just to make sure that I have all that information that I want to give you. Here we go. So the impact on diabetes, or the impact on individuals diagnosed with diabetes, it could range from depression, restlessness, lack of energy, an overall feeling of helplessness. You might be missing out on family events, trips. You know, you may have lost your job depending on how bad your symptoms are. You can't support your family, that kind of thing. So when we're supporting individuals and when you're looking for communities to start going into, keep those things in mind about, you know, like what Michael said earlier about what you need to help support you through your diagnosis. And then having a support system is really important, especially in your home. You know, if you're a mom and you have a bunch of kids, it's really important to get everyone involved. You know, you'll be more successful if the rest of the family is on board with changing your lifestyle, getting movement, cleaning up, you know, the pantry and making sure that you have better food options. And that means, you know, also making it fun for the kids to learn about healthier cooking. There's lots and lots of people out there who would love to come into your home and show you how to cook a good meal. They're out there, your neighbors, your church friends, you know, it could be anyone. And you could just put it out there on Facebook. Hey, looking for really good, healthy, you know, meals. I really don't know how to cook. You know, I don't know how to to go shopping. There's a lady in my community that will actually go to the store with people and just go to the local Walmart and show them how to pick produce, how to, skip the aisles that are in between that have all the foods that we need to avoid. And then she'll go back to their home and she'll show them how to cook the meals. So there are people out there, lots and lots, that will do it. And now that we have this, culture of being on Zoom, it's really easy to get on a FaceTime with someone and explain to them, how to cook, how to shop, let's cook this meal together, that kind of thing. And you can do all of it online, which is fantastic. So, you could be talking to someone in another state, another country, and they're going to help you, figure out how to cook those healthy meals. So don't be afraid to reach out and ask for that help and see if there's someone, that's willing to do that for you. Lots of grandmas out there. Grandma Nona likes to, help people learn how to cook and how to cook correctly. And when I say correctly, more nutritious meals, how to cut out all the oils, the dairies, the things that are inflammatory that could, make your symptoms worse. So don't be afraid to ask for help. The last thing I want to share is there's some really cool, science that has come out. There's a very cool study that came out where they took a group of people, they monitored whoever wanted to be a part of this study. They wore all-day glucose monitors. So, and what they did is every time they ate something or drank something, they recorded it, and then they would record how big of a spike they got. So they would have a bagel and coffee and record it. Or they would have, vegetables first and then a protein and then a fat kind of thing. And they ate in a certain way, and then they would record how their insulin spiked. And what they found throughout this study is that the individuals who had either it was fruit in the morning, cereal, a bagel, a muffin, whatever it was, those individuals had a much higher spike in their insulin, and then they had unbalanced blood sugar for the rest of the day, versus the individuals who started out with vegetables in the morning, high protein, and a healthy fat, and then they had their starches or their fruit at the very end. They found that those individuals had a more level spike or a level line in their blood sugar levels, and it actually set them up for a successful day in controlling their cravings, controlling the moods, not feeling like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon they needed a nap. So they found over time that the way, it's not just what you're eating, it's how you're eating the food that impacts how your blood sugar is going to respond. So, and what they found is that vegetables and protein and healthy fats create a mesh in your stomach. So when you do have the starch, you have potatoes or bread or pasta, fruit, whatever it is, whatever that starch is or that sugar, your blood sugar, because it has that mesh now in your stomach, your insulin levels don't have a chance to skyrocket, and they stay more level. And then you have more balanced blood sugar throughout the day, and you actually feel a lot better. So there's quite a bit of science behind that. There's a lot of information behind it. There's so much new stuff that's coming out about, type 2 diabetes, how it's affecting your body. We know now that having unbalanced blood sugar can lead to neurological issues. It can lead to mood imbalances. It definitely, it affects people with ADHD, autism. So it's not just, type 2 diabetes. It's not just, being pre-diabetic. Not having balanced blood sugars throughout the day for anyone creates a myriad of issues. So really having that education and knowing how to eat, what to eat, when to stop eating. You know, there's a lot of information on fasting, good information, bad information. So there's a lot of information out there about nutrition. But what I wanted to share is if you change up how you're eating, see if that works for you. So instead of, you know, having cereal for breakfast or having, you know, one of those the really popular shakes, Premier protein shakes or something like that. I think that's the brand. Start with a really good, lean, high protein breakfast with loads of vegetables, not your starchy vegetables. I'm talking green leafy vegetables, you know, the cruciferous vegetables. Start with that first, then your lean protein, a healthy fat, and then have the starch or the fruit or whatever you want after it, and see how your blood sugar is throughout the day and how your body responds. One other thing that they found in that study of individuals who were wearing the all-day glucose monitors is that if they had a high spike in blood sugar, they found that exercise right afterwards will help reduce the spike in blood sugar quicker than just someone who's, you know, not doing any exercise. So maybe going for a walk after you eat can help reduce, you know, the spike in your blood sugar. And then also with having, you know, the movement and everything, you're creating a space, you know, to have a healthier mindset. You'll feel better. And it may take a few days. You know, there's a lot of people out there who don't like movement. They don't want to get out and walk. They don't want to go to the gym or anything like that, or have a dance party in their living room. But I guarantee you, the more you stick with it, the more that you do it, you will always feel better that you did it than not doing it. So that is my spiel for today.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. I wanted to say this. You did an excellent wrap up for our expo today, because you touched pretty much every single panel we had. We had self-care, lifestyle, stress management, caregiving, family, and community connections. All of it, including and a cooking session. So all of it, you actually had a, you know, a little bit not summary, because you haven't been didn't have a chance to listen to all of it, but you really kind of like did emphasize importance of all these aspects of life with diabetes, and also proved that we cannot taking care of this diagnosis and be successful with it by skipping some of those parts. We do need to take care of all of it. Maybe not all of it together, because it will be a huge change all at once, but step by step, improving one thing at a time, taking day by day, challenge by challenge. And if we don't forget about all this, we could get and will get the successful results. So that's my assumption, a conclusion, I don't know, wrap up to what you said. I wanted to say one more time, the recording of this session, all 6 hours, will stay in the Facebook group for some time. Eventually, I will take it down. I will break those pieces into different, break it into smaller pieces, and we'll have them back into group as a smaller video, so nobody will have to wait and watch the 6 hours of us conversing about it, but have it in portions, in smaller portions. But I also wanted to say that we have a document that's called agenda, where I put together the names and contact information for all speakers that we have. Some speakers, you will have just the name and connection information. For some people, you will have a little bit more information because they are the members of Smart Move 360 community. This is a little, we're putting together a community of healthcare professionals who are helping people. And we are working on making sure that people have someone to rely on. And so if you need help, if you need support, if you have questions, don't hesitate to use this resource. All our speakers, they are willing to help. You just need to ask. So with that, I am happy to announce that our event came to the end. I successfully managed to bring it to our Facebook group a little bit tricky way, not the way how we usually did it, but I think it came in and I'm glad it happened. I am glad that all my speakers showed up on time, did what they said that they will do, and smiled, Michael, and smiled at with us all together because we know it's a serious disease. But if we will be stressing out around it all the time, it will be a challenge to get successful. So let's find reasons to smile. Let's meet with people. Let's share the successes. And well, you see, some people have success team. Some people have, oh no, success support team. Some people have support animals. Michael has several of those around him. And so let's go ahead, pet our dogs, kiss our loved ones, drink some water, have some movement, and stay in touch. Our next expo like this will be in June 29th. It's the last Saturday of June. Our next support meeting will be in 2 weeks. It will be May 8th, I believe. So I'm looking forward to having people around, and I think we will have we will put together a masterclass with Jamie, so you could have a better chance to share your information and slides if you have those with people who looking for the information. Michael, if you have anything to add, please unmute yourself and say it.
No, I'm good. Thanks, everybody.
Man of many words, right? No, come to our support group meetings and you will hear Michael. Actually, he is very passionate about this topic. And Jamie, please, last few words and we will turn off the Zoom.
No, I just appreciate you inviting me to take a part in this. I have a lot of information to share, a lot of passion to share. And I want to help as many people as I can through whatever they're going through. So I really I love this platform. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone who listened. Thank you, everyone who participated. And we will see you next time on the same platform on June 29th. Have a great day, weekend, end of the month, and have fun. Now I need to find how to stop this thing. Stop recording and meeting for all. Bye.